This conference will now be recorded.
There's some audio issue. 1 minute, folks. Folks, you're able to hear my voice. Please let me know whether you're able to hear my voice, folks. Good, thank you. So let me start the recording. All right. Because I'm not able to hear my this thing. That's the only problem. If you're able to hear me, that should be good enough. So welcome to day 8 in our Google Cloud Architect training. Thank you. So yesterday we saw some few more concepts in the compute engine. Basically, the concept of a snapshot, custom image, when to use that, how to use it, and what are the drawbacks, what are the limitations, all those things we saw yesterday, and we try to see it in a scenario base so that it gets registered very well. So I can easily say, okay, this is snapshot, this is custom image, but I took a different approach, more like a storyline, so that it gets registered very well. So in which scenario you have to use it. Snapshot comes very handy when you were to restore something within the same project, because the scope of a snapshot is within a project easily. But if you want to share image with a different project, maybe like dev project and QA production, then custom image could be a good choice. And we saw the use case of that also. And we also went one level ahead and saw how we can share it with a different organization who still uses GCP. So where IAM role comes into picture. So as I mentioned, IAM will always continue. So in every components which we learn, or services which we learn, there would be one or two features of cloud IAM. So that's the reason we started it with the beginning. So the horizontal stuff. So here also we are trying to use it. Compute engine user, sorry, compute image user role is what you need to have if the sister company is also using a GCP account and you wanted to share with them. So the last scenario which we wanted to see is basically, just a minute for me to go. Yeah. So if the customer wants to share this image, the image which we created yesterday, with a sister company which is not using GCP, maybe they are using AWS or Azure, but they wanted to use the same image. So in that case, what you can do is you have an option, something called as exporting this custom image to a Google Cloud Storage bucket. Now, why Google Cloud Storage bucket? The reason is in Google Cloud Storage bucket, you can give it as you can give an access to download it. Maybe if they want to download it to a local machine and try to set up something. So at that case, this could be really helpful. So if you want to share it outside of GCP, the best way is to put it in a Google Cloud Storage bucket. Something like a put it in a Google Drive kind of a stuff, somewhat similar to that. So you just put it into this, export the custom image into Google Cloud Storage, and you should be able to do it. But a point to note here is this feature is only available in for only for Linux machines, not for Windows machines. So I can just show you a small no this thing documentation on it. So if you just go to this documentation, which is in module 3 documentation, so they very clearly mention exporting a custom image to Google Cloud Storage, and the entire process is documented. And they also mention it very clearly. This is not available for Windows. It's only for Linux. So this is one option. As we proceed further, we will see few more options where we have options of migrations and all. We can leverage that. So for now, at this stage, this option is a good one. And usually the boot disk has to be exported as tar.gzip. Then you need to upload it to Google Cloud Storage. It's a longer process. Everything is documented very nicely, and I also have a video in my channel, so you can look into it. That video itself was taking multiple attempts. Like I would have shown it. So without editing, I would have shown that video. Like different stuffs I would have made a mistake and fixed it. So if you are interested, just search for export. Uh, Image, you should get that basically. If you are interested, you can look into it. Export image, yeah, custom exporting a custom image, the same title I would have used. Give a try if you wanted to explore this option. So I'm not going to go do this demonstration because it's not heavily used, a kind of a requirement from GCP. You're trying to use something in some other cloud. So Uh, but if you are interested, such a use case exists or such a feature exists, you can definitely use it. So those are some of the real-time scenarios which may be helpful. And most of the time, the options are either stop it, you may get the feature turned on or enabled, or go with snapshot or custom image. So basically, these are the three things which is going to help you when you are working on a virtual machine stuff. Now, I guess we did almost like 2 to 3 hours of demo itself. Let's try to wind up our understanding of the properties of GCE. What can be changed? What cannot be changed? Let's just get that started. So the first part is the name of your virtual machine. Cannot be changed when if you fix the name, you cannot change it later. But if you take the option of snapshot in the same project or use custom image, the name can be changed. So there is a superfix there, one. So if there is wherever it is one, you can use snapshots or custom images. Regions and zone again cannot be changed in the existing VM, but if you take snapshot or custom image, it can be changed. Network interface can be changed, but only requires a restart. Option 2. The superfix is option 2. If you just have that done, you can change from one network to another network in the same project. That is possible. Boot disk is an important thing, folks. If you have selected it as Red Hat and installed all the software and you have set up the application running, now the customer comes and says, no, we don't want Red Hat, we wanted to go with CentOS. You have no other option. You have to spend you have to do it from the scratch because it's totally a different OS. So this could be an important thing where when you are capturing requirements, one of the main tasks of a cloud architect is capture the complete requirement, right? So when you're capturing a requirement and you come to know that there are certain individual virtual machines which you need to provision, please get a complete information. What is the OS, what version they prefer, uh, then put that in the design document so that when it has been implemented, there's no such changes. So boot disk has to be very clearly captured. So I would like to put this in the implementation tip. uh, Capture that requirement very well. So basically, otherwise the implementation team is known to just cursors. The cloud architect does not capture the requirement and the documentation is not clear. So boot disk, get the details of the OS requirement, OS requirement before implementation. Because once you start and then the customer says, no, we don't want this, you have to spend the whole time. Uh, this is one reason, because once it is done, you need to spend again the same number of time. If you are smart, you can have some scripts and you can make it little faster. Uh, Otherwise, you have to spend the same amount of time. That is one reason why getting the boot, what is the OS, is going to be important. Another reason is basically cost. There are certain images or OS images which is premium images like Windows series, Red Hat, and there are a few more, SUSE, all those things. So these are premium images, and there are certain images which is free, basically. So cost implication is also going to be there. So better get the buy-in from the customer, which operating system they are preferring to use it. Okay, so that's one thing. Machine type can be definitely changed by just stopping the virtual machine. So no big deal. That was the first demo which we did yesterday. Service account again can be changed by just stopping the virtual machine. Access scope again falls under the same category. Increasing the boot disk. This was one of the cool demo which we saw. You can increase it on the fly. Local SSD can only be created when you are creating the virtual machine. So this is again an important stuff. If your virtual machine needs a local SSD and you missed to add it during the creation, you have no other option but you have to create a new virtual machine and do it. Maybe you can be a little smart where if everything is provisioned, all those things, take a snapshot, use a snapshot and create a virtual machine, then add the local SSD there. So this is very important, folks. Local SSD can be only added during the creation stage, not after the VM is created. Give a try. If you have an existing virtual machine, go and try to add a disk. You should not be able to do it. Or maybe why don't I show you that real quick? So if I just go to, I have one virtual machine already running, so I can just go there and show you. Let me use this system. This is a little faster. So if I just go to my production project and go to my compute engine, I have an existing virtual machine. I can show whether if I just edit it. Now, when you edit it, you can add disk. We had seen it. So if I just go to my compute engine screen, there's a virtual machine already running. So now if I click on this virtual machine and edit it, under the disk option, right? Disk option, when I click on add a new disk, the disks which you can add are only three types. All are persistent disks. Local SSD can be only added when you're creating the virtual machine. Again, whenever you have a requirement where local SSD needs to be added, make sure via any kind of a infrastructure as a service like Terraform, Deployment Manager, uh, Puppet, Chef, whatever it is, in that it has been mentioned that please create a local SSD. Otherwise, later it is not possible. So this is another important stuff which you need to remember. That's one thing. And SSH key, network tags, firewall rules, labels, all those things can be changed at any point of time. You know, you don't have any restriction. You can change it at any point of time. So these are some of the properties which can be changed, which cannot be changed. The only thing in this list which cannot be changed, whatever we do, even if we stand upside down, we cannot change is on an existing virtual machine is boot disk. Whatever you do, you cannot do change the OS basically. That's something which you need to keep in mind. Remaining everything, at least there are some workarounds. Snapshot, custom images, stopping the virtual machine. by doing these things, we should be definitely able to change the stuffs. So any questions on this part, folks? Uh, uh, Slightly important more from the implementation perspective, this one. So you decide what needs to be taken while you are preparing your design document. Any questions on this, folks? Okay, no questions. Let's move on. Uh, we also yesterday did a good amount of exposure on custom image and snapshots. Why don't we do a small comparison so that we have a complete understanding? Snapshot, it's very clear. Uh, the scope is within a project. Custom images, we have seen, as long as you give the right IAM access. What is that IAM access? Compute image user role. If you give it, anybody who's using GCP should be able to access it. Any GCP project, it could be part of your organization, it could be a sister organization, or it could be totally public also. You can give that access, but preferably only if they are using GCP only this image can be accessible. Uh, that's the first important thing. Snapshots are preferred, you can take snapshots even when it is running. We saw that. So you can take it. But if you look into the documentation, they also say you do something like this. In Windows, I don't know, but in Linux, there is a command called as freeze. This is what I read from the documentation. So even when you're taking snapshots, right? When you're taking snapshot, run this command, freeze command, and then take snapshot so that you don't have any uh, corruption, system like file system corruption happening when you're taking the snapshot. So that's a preferred one. So the best way, if you say, shut down the virtual machine and then take snapshot. But we have seen it works. Maybe with, if you want to be a little cautious, run that freeze command, and you should definitely have an equivalent of that. Uh, yes, Anil Kumar, that's something like that. So then you take the snapshot, and usually the snapshot is really helpful when you wanted to take a backup and use this backup for a DR system. And the DR system is basically in a uh, cold 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 startup mode, not in a warm or hot mode. So cold mode. So where whenever something happens, you want to use that and create something in a new region, then you can use snapshots there. So when it comes to custom images, it's highly recommended you don't take it while the system is running. Basically, that is one thing. And what is the best use case for it is whenever you have a requirement of creating something brand new, a brand new virtual image, a virtual machine, use a custom image. It's going to be a little faster to provision also, uh, and no need of uncompressing your snapshot and using all those things. So it's going to be a good fit. So whenever you want to restore something, snapshot. Whenever you want to create a brand new stuff, a custom image is a good choice. And snapshot is actually stored on Google Cloud Storage. Um, so the cost is going to be little cheaper. Compared to your custom image, and snapshots are also incremental in nature. I'll show you a next demo where we will understand the incremental nature of it. So it's going to be in compressed form, and it's going to be always incremental in nature. What is incremental? I'll tell you in the next slide. So, and it's little faster when you just see the time wise creating a snapshot versus a custom image, because snapshot only looks for the difference. Yes, last time when I took the snapshot, what was first time when you take it, it would be a full snapshot. Second time when you take, what is the difference which has been changed in the VM state? Only that it's going to be capturing. So that way it's going to be a little faster there. So price wise, snapshots are always cheaper. Okay, so that's a small comparison. Now let me just show you one small demonstration. Uh, okay, is there a demonstration? Yeah, there is a demonstration. Uh, but before to that, just to make you a little think about it, this was a real use case where I was doing it, slightly a jump. In a minute, we'll just go into snapshots, incremental nature. But before to that, uh, if you have something like this, a screen. You can just look into the screen. I'm trying to click on images. Unfortunately, it is showing URL not found. I guess people who are working on GCP in your real projects, you would have definitely seen something. Only on custom images, when I click, it shows URL not found. Now, in this case, what will you do, folks? If you wanted to know your images, what the images which you have configured, any thoughts? What will you do in this case? Please use your
Use the
private chat.
speak out. Oh,
Okay, please use your chat window. You will have such scenarios, definitely. You'll have such scenarios. Any thoughts, folks? Yes, Anil Kumar, that's correct. Anybody else wants to try it? Yes, Vijay. Uh, that's correct, Mangesh. So either use, if your Cloud Shell gets launched, try it. Try it in your Cloud Shell, like yesterday's issue where we were able to do it. Or use your laptop. In your laptop, if you have installed Cloud SDK and your project has been configured and you want to do it, you can leverage this. So another real use case where you have to have some exposure on command line. Is there any other questions, folks? SDK on your laptop, or use Cloud Shell, because in Cloud Shell, the Cloud SDK is always built in. So, or if you are a developer who can write some code and do it, use REST API. So you have options there, basically. Yeah, REST API is also possible. So it's a console issue. Yes, Anil B, it's a console issue. You will see this kind of stuffs. When you're regularly working on GCP, you will see certain stuffs goes down, comes up, all those things. Um, if you raise a request, by the time it gets fixed, you may have to move on. So people know these are known issues. They simply go for an alternative option. So I just wanted to give you a complete picture of how GCP works, not always showcasing the best features of it, hiding all the real part of it. So you should be aware of it. So, and always think there could be sometimes even there are some services which can go down. It's not always you made a mistake because of which you're seeing this. Okay, so that's an option. So basically, you can use Cloud Shell, Cloud SDK on your laptop, REST API, or if you are a developer coming from that background, you can also write something with client libraries. All options are possible. Cloud Shell and Cloud SDK are something better, I would say, in this kind of a situation. For a short time, you wanted to see it. Nobody would prefer to write a code in that short span. So use Cloud Shell. If Cloud Shell is also not launching, Cloud SDK. If Cloud SDK is also not working, it's an indication that REST API is down, basically. Sometimes you may have such scenarios. Just wanted to make you be aware of that part. Now let's try to understand the snapshots are incremental. So this is not something very unique in GCP. Most of the time when you take snapshots, even in on-premise, using those regular tools from vSphere and all, you get it as incremental. For folks who have not worked on infrastructure stuff, so for them, this is going to be a really a good one. And folks who have already worked on infrastructure heavily, this may look like a very simple demonstration. Just wanted to set the context here. Uh, to make everybody to bring on the same page, I'll try to show you this demonstration. So what we will do is basically we'll create a virtual machine, uh, take a create a virtual machine, and we'll install some software, maybe some Git, some some softwares will, or maybe first we'll have a base OS. We'll take a snapshot, then we will go and install something, then we'll take a snapshot, and without doing anything, we'll take one more snapshot. 3 snapshots we'll take, and we'll see the snapshot sizes. So that way we'll come to know the snapshot is incremental in nature, and we'll try to use one of the snapshot to restore it and see whether the content comes up or not. Okay, so the first snapshot is always a full snapshot. So, and I will try to delete the first snapshot also and show you what happens. Um, there's a smartness, at least in GCP. I have not seen it in other cloud. I have not tried it also, but I have seen a very smart stuff. Uh, I also don't come from a storage background. So when I saw this, when I was trying it myself, I was really happy to see that kind of a feature. So when I delete the main snapshot, what happens is also what we are going to see. So the whole intent here is to show snapshots are incremental in nature, and you can also schedule this. You can schedule your snapshots using the console itself. Let's go and do this demonstration. So for this, I'm just going to create a virtual machine and add some data. Now, every time, right, I need to click on this create button and I have to select Singapore as the region and Singapore A as the zone. So if I am little lazy and I don't want to do this, or if this is for a customer project, I don't want to make any mistakes anytime, what I can do is I can just go to my settings in my compute engine, go to my settings, and there's an option where I can set my region and zone, default region and zone, and I can do it. Yeah, this is what it's going to show. Currently it is none, so I can set it. So this way I can save a couple of clicks, at least for our demonstration. So these are small tips which you can use it. Uh, Maybe like if you're showing us something like uh, if you wanted to do something like in front of a customer, right? You wanted to save number of clicks because the customer may not be interested in all these details, but without setting a zone of your choice. Maybe if the customer is in a specific zone, you set this as default before going to the demonstration. That's going to be a good one. So save this. There's one question: if you want to install to Taiwan based on yesterday's example, do we need to install all three snapshots? I'll show you that. I'll show you that, uh, Kumar. So let's finish this and then come uh, answer those questions. Few of them could be answered automatically once you see the concept. So I'm going to refresh the screen. The reason is it's not going to show up the change where we had made it as default region and zone. So this is how you do it in your UI. And if you want to do it in your cloud shell, what you usually do is you use this option, and the cloud shell stuff, it's going to be usually for that session only. When you open the session, you have to set this. Only then you will be able to do it. Every time you have to do it. But in console, once you set it, in that project, throughout, yeah, the project, you have access to the project. Your access, this thing is going to be basically on that specific region and zone. Okay, I have the same problem, so better I'll switch to my Linux machine, folks. So I don't want to waste your time by just waiting there. So I'll just switch here. Learning GCP and running the stuff on GCP. That's that stuff. So now if I do a refresh here, hard refresh, so that the change reflects. So basically, and I've heard there are some known issues with the UI loading. It has sometimes become slower, is what I have heard. Um, in my case, the reason why it is becoming slow is basically because of lots of components which I'm running behind the scene, and I also have a noise cancellation software which takes most of my CPU. That's the reason it is slow in my side. Uh, but sometimes when you see everything is good at your side, but still this browser loads slowly, it is because of the UI is becoming heavier. So I heard that Google engineering team, basically the UX team, is working on it. Maybe we should see something better in future. So let me take this as VM1 snapshot demo. Simple, plain vanilla. Now you see this, the region and the zone is set. Now I'm going to save 2 clicks easily. So this could be this could be really helpful when you are demonstrating something and you don't want to spend at least a 10 seconds there 10 seconds there setting it up basically. And to by the end of today, we will also avoid setting N1 standard, micro, all those things using something called as template. Somebody asked this. in the previous class. Today we are going to see templates. So say nothing. So a VM in Singapore A zone with a specific machine type. That's it. Standard one. I'm just going to leave it as create. That's it. Once the VM comes up, right, what I will do is I will just go take a snapshot. Take a snapshot and see what's going to happen. So we are going to take 3 snapshots basically. Snapshot is ready. The VM is ready. Okay, never tried this. Allow. Okay, coming up. So let's wait for the SSH to come up, folks. Are we there? 1 minute. It's not even showing anything. All right. Let me log in here. Sincere apologies. I'll try to fix this slowness by next class. Look for some alternatives where I can speed this up. We have created a virtual machine. That's it. So what I'll do is I'll try to log into that virtual machine and also take a snapshot. By the time the screen comes up, why don't I take a snapshot? Nothing. So everything is vanilla. Stop. What I'm going to do basically is go and take a snapshot. Okay, I guess something is wrong there. So take a snapshot, meaning just the OS, nothing else. We have not even installed anything. By default, the OS is Debian. So we are going to take a initial snapshot. So you want to call this as number 1 or first, your choice, full. Okay, and select your this thing. And for us, the demonstration is going to be on Singapore. So I'm just going to use regional one. That's it. Take your snapshot. Yesterday itself we have seen the snapshot size is going to be around 400 600 MB. That's it. This is our first snapshot. And snapshots are a little faster to take compared to your custom image. Let's wait for this to come up. Finish the snapshot. By the time that comes up, snapshot is still taking up. Folks, only for today, I'm going to use 2 browsers, Firefox and my own Chrome browser. So the snapshot is taken and the creation type is manual because you took it. And if you do it via scheduling, it's going to show it as scheduled or automated kind of stuff. The first snapshot, roughly around 378 is what it indicates. Now, what I will do is do some change to the state of my virtual machine. Install something, add some heavy files or anything, something like which is around 100 MB or 200 MB, then we'll see what is going to happen. Okay, so for that, we need to just change the state. Basically, I wanted to show you that. This may look very basic for people with the hardware background, but for everybody, now df minus h. So 1.3 GB is use. That's it. Now what I will do is I'll go to one GitHub page, GitHub Google Cloud. This is, I would say, a very useful resource. Most of the time when I wanted to write any code or anything on GCP related to code, I come to this GitHub page. This is officially managed by Google. So you can use this to get some source code. If you have to write something on Terraform, want to build some CI/CD process, this could be really helpful. I'm going to take one of the repository here, which is little heavier, so called as Git itself. While sorry, GSUtil itself will take. GSUtil, which you see, right? The utility to access your storage buckets and all. Actually, the source code of that is also available. If you are a guy who wants to explore something more, you can explore this. So it is written in Python. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the link of this and download it. So just creating a file, basically. You can download whatever. If you want to upload a movie also, you upload it. It's your choice. So I'm just going to use wget, copy that zip file, like the complete link. I'm just, okay, wget is not there. Basically, this is one of the this thing when it comes to your shielded VMs. Normally in shielded VM, no, unshielded VMs, right? These all utilities are going to be there by default. So in shielded VM, they will try to block unnecessary components. They would have tightened it. So one of the thing is here, wget is not there. So maybe if you want to update, install it, let's quickly install it. So let's just install this wget. It's basically to download it. You can also use curl. Just wanted to show you that what is not installed in shielded VM. Now I have this file. To see the size of this, there are different ways. I use this command basically. It is, oh, it's very small. I wanted something big. Analytics. I need a big file so that I can show there's a change in the state, all those things. There's one file which I remembered, which was little bigger. Analytics, training. Uh, there was one nice, good file. Usually, what is that called as analyst training? There's something training. I remember a folder, yeah, training data analyst. This is a good content. Let me just download this source. Just trying to make the files bigger. That's it, nothing else. So wget. So I guess this is around 200 or 300 MB. So good amount of change in the state is what we are trying to do. So let's wait. It should be downloaded quickly. Uh, Once it downloads, we will go and take a second snapshot. Now this is downloaded. It's around 270 MB. Now if I just see it, we had one file which we downloaded, zip, the git GSUtil stuff, another this thing. So now if I put df minus h, around 300 MB roughly is what has been used. And both the files are already zipped. It's already compressed. Now let me go ahead and take a snapshot of this. Okay, so it's going to be around, again, around that range only, because it's already compressed. You don't get much compression if you do it on, again, a compressed file. So let's see what's going to happen. Now if I switch here, this is my second snapshot on the same virtual machine. Now the state has been changed. So second, source, created. Now the size should be roughly around 300 is what I guess, because that was the only change which we did. Let's wait for this to come up. And by the time this comes, I don't need this VM anywhere anymore. So I'm just closing the terminal. I'm trying to keep as small as possible my this thing, snapshots. So okay, the snapshot is created. I really don't have an explanation why it is more than or it is very close to 300 MB. So this is our second snapshot. Now I'll not do any change. Let's assume this last snapshot which you took was on Friday. Saturday and Sunday, no changes happening to the virtual machine, but there's a scheduled stuff which is going to take it. Let me just create one more snapshot, the last one. Snapshot, third snapshot. Here, this time it should be very negligible or sometimes even zero. The size, basically, create the third snapshot. This is the column which you should focus on, the snapshot size. It's going to be around few KBs, if I'm not wrong. We are not even changed any state. I have even closed my SSH window. So nothing has been installed after the second snapshot. Let's see the size of this. This gives you a very clear understanding. It is incremental in nature. No change done. That's it. Now I will show you an interesting demo. Afterwards, you can ask me some combination questions. I'm going to answer it. So before I do any changes for the demonstration, what I wanted to do is I want to take a screenshot of this just for our reference. Okay. Now what we'll do is it compressing the incremental snapshot even though new it is compressing incremental snapshots even though added a new stuff on VM. So first it's going to find what is the state in the difference. So because it knows the disk, so it finds the state change which is changed. It's going to take that only stuff. That part it's going to compress it, Mangesh. So that two files which is what we added, basically those two are the change in the state that is going to be compressed, and then it's going to create it as a snapshot. Basically the third one, we did not do any change in the state, so when you go and took that snapshot, it was showing basically zero. If you want, we can take one more snapshot also. So basically it is finding the change in the state and then compressing it and taking a snapshot. Okay, now let me try to show you an interesting stuff. What I will do is I will try to use this snapshot and create a virtual machine using which one I would say. If I take this first snapshot, what's going to happen? That's virtual machine will not even have those two files which we downloaded, because that is, it's not going to have it. It's going to have basically a vanilla operating system. That's it. The second one, if I go and take it, what's going to happen is it's going to have the OS plus those two zip files, master.zip, master.zip.1, something like that. It's going to have it. Even if I take my third snapshot and use it, I will have the complete stuff. That is possible. Okay, so let me just use the latest one and show you what is going to be there. So for that, let me go and click on the snapshot. There are two ways of restoring it. So if you click on that snapshot, I click on create instance. I click on create instance. It's going to automatically load everything with that and do it. So restored with snapshot 1. So you want to keep it in Singapore, your choice. or you want it in some other region, your choice. But the important part is it is taken from a snapshot. It is a snapshot. Now, if I log in and look into it, it's going to basically show only the OS, nothing else. Nothing else would be there. That master2 files will not be there because you have used it from a initial snapshot, the backup, which is not having that state itself. So you cannot expect that basically there. Okay, this is not working. If I just go to my compute engine, so SSH into this, you'll see just OS, nothing else. Let me finish this and you can ask any combinations. I would feel there are few people with storage background in the class. Together we can definitely answer any combinations of the questions which you are going to ask. So let's finish this basic demo, then we'll have a better understanding. So let's wait for the keys to be transferred. Once it is transferred, I will show, just run a ls command and we will see nothing is there except the OS basically. I think is correct. It's taking longer time. Okay, snap one, clear the screen, put ls, nothing is there, df minus h, it is going to be around 3.3, not 3.6. Nothing is there. If I put ls, nothing is there. So let me just delete this virtual machine. I don't need it. Just wanted to show you what is going to be restored when you do that kind of a stuff. Now let's try to restore basically using a snapshot which is of 0. This is the most interesting stuff. A snapshot which is 0 size. Can I use this in a virtual machine? Is an important stuff. Let me just show you. Create an instance. Create an instance and instance with snapshot size 0. The most important thing is it is showing snapshot third, which is the 0 size. And if you click on the change option, right, the size is going to be fixed, the boot disk size, because the snapshot, it is going to know what was the disk which it used and what was the size of that. It's going to be always that, it cannot go less than this basically. I see a bug in the UI if I'm not wrong. Okay, it does not pick this properly. Okay, so done. Now click on it. You should expect basically expect this virtual machine should have everything basically. That is the expectation. Now let me SSH into it. I'm just using two environments to just log in because when I refresh it, it's having some issue. Once it comes, we'll put ls and we should see those two files. Simple. Because the snapshot which you used was the latest snapshot and it is all good. So this way it is always going to be helpful. Now If you're totally new to cloud and you're going to do some changes to the software, install something, what I would prefer to do is take a snapshot and do it. If something goes wrong also, you don't want to restore, use the virtual machine, create it from the beginning. So maybe use a previous snapshot and do it. That's how I used to do it when I was doing with my laptop, where there was a VMware running in my laptop. So I used to show as a pre-sales, I used to have some custom demos. So it was running on my virtual machine. So I have to keep multiple versions of it. So I used to use Snapshot, very handy. So you can use the same thing. So you are installing some software and you are not very sure whether it's going to have some conflicts, whether it's going to break other systems. Take a snapshot, then go and take it, install it. If something goes wrong, no problem, go and restore back to the previous snapshot. Everything is going to come back. Now, what I will show you is, I don't need this VM anymore. Yeah, the cost is going to be always there. So the cost is going to be there, Deepak. So $0.026 per GB per month. How many snapshots you keep, basically. So there's going to be a cost. And you can have that scheduler, snapshot scheduler configured in such a way where you can mention how many snapshots you want to keep. If it's too many snapshots, you want to regularly delete the older snapshots. By doing this demonstration, we get an idea that no need to have an older snapshot, only keep your newer snapshot. But what is going to happen behind the scene is what I wanted to show you. Now everybody gets this thing. Uh, Anyway, the first snapshot is 300 or 400 MB. The new snapshot is only 0 MB. Why don't I delete my older one so that I will not be charged anything? So you will be still charged. The reason is the system is very smart. When you delete the main snapshot, it finds the next snapshot which was taken. This is this one, second. So what it's going to add is this initial stuff, it's going to add it here. The snapshot gets updated so that it keeps a track of it. Basically, let me just show you. I'm going to just delete my first snapshot in front of you. What's going to happen is this size is going to get increased. So that way it is always tracked, basically. So if I just go and delete it, deleting the first snapshot, which was the full snapshot actually, once it gets deleted, it's going to add those state information into this second snapshot so that anybody with the second snapshot should be able to still restore it. Anybody with the third snapshot, now there's no third, actually it's the second one, you use that, it's going to restore the previous state also. Basically, this is what is going to happen. So if you delete your last one, which does not have any successor, it's not going to add it to anything. So basically, this is how usually the snapshot works. So some of your questions should have been now answered. And this is how the restoration also happens. The block, only that block which has been changed, it's going to be taken. Yes, basically. So this is the stuff, folks. You may usually have a question like, what if I have deleted my second snapshot? What would have happened? The second snapshot would have added the 340 MB or something to your third one, not to your first one, basically. So that's how it's going to be working. Any questions on this, folks? Usually I expect a few combination questions which people usually ask. If this is clear, I'm happy, but if it's not clear, let me know. But there's a cost to answer your question, Deepak Bandari. There's going to be a cost. The cost is going to be in which region you are storing it, how much GB you are going to store. It's per GB. All right. Any questions, folks? All right. Uh, if there's no questions, I'm just going to delete the virtual machine and we will proceed further. Uh, and also make it as a habit to delete your snapshot also. I also forget to delete the snapshot after doing a demonstration, but since it's smaller size, it does not have a great impact. But make sure you, and in reality, right, you should in real implementations, you should make sure you configure that scheduled snapshot option. So you have to configure that. That's going to be a better choice rather than manually taking a snapshot. Now we saw a good comparison between snapshot, custom image, and we also understood snapshot is incremental in nature, all those things. Uh, the next stuff which we are going to see is something on instance groups, groups of virtual machine. But before we go to that groups of instances, wanted to show you one new feature which is still in pre-GA, which is similar to your AMI, Amazon image, machine image. Similarly, you have something called as Google machine image. Let me just show you that. It's a very nice article. Um, I'll update this link soon in the bookmark. It's not there in the bookmark currently. I was recently looking into this. So you see, okay, it's not in, okay, it's in beta, folks. Google machine images, just a small computation there. This is a very nice table which should answer Vijay's question yesterday about snapshot. Should I take it for every disk or not? So you'll get this. So single disk backup. If that is the option, you can use your persistent disk snapshot. It's going to be a good choice. What we were taking. You can also go with custom image. Possible. For now, just ignore this instance template because we are not explored it. When it comes to machine image, which is a new feature which is still in beta, you can also do that, no problem. If it's a single disk, multiple disk backup, this is a problem which I told yesterday. So you cannot do it in one snapshot. You have to take multiple snapshots. Basically, that's what you need to do. Differential backups, which is basically the incremental stuff which our snapshot can do very nicely. But when it comes to your custom images, every time you take a custom image, it's going to be a complete disk copy. So it does not support incremental backups, but your Google machine image supports that. Cloning and replication. So instance cloning, if you want to do a complete clone, snapshot is not a good choice. Custom image is a good choice. We saw that yesterday. Again, machine image is an S. VM instance configuration. This is my favorite option. What do you mean by VM instance configuration? Now, whenever you think of this disk backup, all those things, we only focus on storage. But there could be some metadata information in the virtual machine, right? Maybe a startup script, uh, maybe some labels, then some firewall rules. All those things also needs to be retained. If you feel like that, an exact copy of this virtual machine, give me that. If you are asking, then this machine VM instance configuration is a good choice. So where machine image really shines. No other options comes except the templates. We'll talk about templates. So looks like this option is going to be in a long run, Google machine image is going to be a good fit for most of the use cases. So but currently it is in beta. It's not me saying, it is in the documentation. So if you are interested, you can explore this. And anything which is in beta, right, we will not discuss. If maybe from implementation we may discuss it. From the exam perspective, you will not have any beta uh, products which is in beta. Questions on that will not be there. The reason is the product has to be stable, and it has to be there in GA for at least like 3 to 4 months or minimum 6 months. Then only the question bank will be updated, basically. So that's the reason I avoid this, and I got this information from one of the trainer itself. So there was an event in Bangalore. These days events don't happen because everything is virtual, but last time when I had I guess it was in Bangalore, some place near, I don't remember it, near airport if I'm not wrong. So there I had a trainer actually. I asked the trainer about what is the stuff which goes behind the scene when it is beta. He told it. So nothing officially written in any documentation, but he told usually you will not get it, and it also makes sense, right? If the product itself is not stable, how do you expect someone to use this in production and expect a question there? So that's the reason we don't look into any beta questions. That's one thing. And another thing is, if you have a very good working relationship as an organization with Google, account manager, sales engineer, customer engineer, there's no sales engineer, so customer engineer, partner engineer, basically you can use beta products. uh, According to Googlers, beta is already something which is good to try it on production. But my own experience says is, if it's beta, you will never get an SLA. You'll never get a technical support. So if you raise a ticket also, the support is going to just close it saying that there's no support because it's in beta, alpha, or pre-GA. So avoid using it in a very critical production environments. Only if you're 100% sure you have tested it, all the options, and this is one of the important stuff because of which your project is getting blocked. Take a risk and do it. And now if some issue comes, your contact with your account manager, Google account manager, will help you out. I can just share one real instance like this, where I was working for insurance based POC, and we were supposed to use data fusion. So it was in 2019. Yes, 2019 or 2020. No, 19 2019, November time. So at that time only it was just coming from alpha to beta kind of a stuff, basically. Uh, so at that time we had to use that product, and there was an issue with the product. And because we had some good relationship with the account manager, with from the account manager we were able to even get the data fusion product manager itself. Luckily he was in Bangalore at that time, so we had a call and he helped us to fix it. So sometimes that relationship will help you out, basically. Yes, thanks Anil for putting it. So avoid any product in alpha, and most of the time you will never get access to alpha products. Only certain people only get access to alpha products. Beta, again it has to be public beta, then only you will get access to it. Prefer to use always generally available products, GA. I After that incident, right, I made up a mind that, and this was critical, kind of a proof of concept. So I made up a mind. So avoid using beta products. Couple of days back also, there is a cloud run. In that I'm using some beta features. I am having issues there. So you take a call, folks, as an architect, whether to propose it or not. So if you have completely tested it, then go for it. Otherwise, just put it as a showstopper. Avoid beta products. Okay, just thought of sharing this because yesterday there was a question which popped up on multiple disk. How do I do it? So going forward, at least if somebody asks you in an interview question, if you want to use snapshot, multiple snapshots you have to take. But you can also say that there's a new feature which is coming, which is still in beta. That's going to show basically how well you are comfortable with GCP. So that's a good part there. All right. Now, what we will do is we'll move on to our next stuff. We'll take a break, but just a small intro of what we are going to do after the break. Uh, all this time, we just saw one instance, only one virtual machine. Just a virtual machine will be, to some extent, sometimes would be helpful, but usually people would expect to have some groups of virtual machines where there's a template, auto scaling, all those things is very important. So that's what we are going to see in the next sub module, which is instance groups. So where you are going to do load balancing, all those things. So it's going to be an interesting topic, and you can really see in action. We are going to do a demo which is going to take 2 hours, a live demonstration of auto scaling, where we are going to put a huge load, simulator load, and see how the instances scales up and instances scales down. Everything we are going to see, basically. Okay, that link you wanted. Okay, sorry, let me just put it. I'll update my bookmark so you should be able to get it, but for now if you want you can just use this. All right, so what we will do is we'll take a 15 minutes break, folks. sorry, 10 minutes break. We'll take a 10 minutes break. Once we are back, we will look into an interesting module, one of my favorite module there. So take a break and come back.
This conference will now be recorded.
So in the next sub module, which we are going to see is basically about instance groups. The name itself conveys to some extent what is this all about. Groups of instances. Instance in GCP is nothing but a virtual machine. So it's groups of virtual machine is what we are going to see. And why do you need groups of virtual machines? Basically, the concept of horizontal scaling or like vertical scaling and horizontal scaling comes into picture. So what is vertical scaling for folks who don't know that? So you have one system, make the same system more powerful. We saw that in our demo also. So there was a load, so we started with F1 micro machine, but the customer came back and saying told us that more traffic is coming, make the system more powerful. So we just stopped it and we made it more powerful, something like G1 small and N1 standard kind of a stuff. So you can do that kind of a stuff. So that's going to be vertically scalable system. So you are making the system more powerful. So whenever you have any vertical scalability, there's always a technology limitation. At that point of time, what is the number of what's the processor capacity which you get, Intel or AMD? What is the capacity they provide? Basically, it drills down to how many transistors you can have it in a integrated chip is what it boils down to. So that's always going to have a limitation. The other side is horizontal scalability, where you can keep on adding identical copies so that more load comes, more copies would be there. They are going to handle the load. If there's no load, I'll make it to 1 or 0. So that's where this groups of instances is going to come very handy when you're doing some load balancing. So basically, that's what we are going to explore in this module. Uh, Before we get into this module, right, some prerequisites. Uh, uh, these are some terms which Google uses heavily in their documentation. It's a copy paste from their documentation. Scale out and scale up both refers to the same thing. Basically, you're adding more VMs, folks. More VMs, and this is basically horizontal scaling. So you're scaling out or scaling up. Which term suits you, you use it. For me, none of them suits. I usually do auto scaling. I usually use auto scale up and scale down is somewhat to extent easier for me. Scale in, scale out, I'm not so comfortable there. So I usually do scale up and scale down is what I use. Scaling in and scaling down is basically reducing your machines to 1 or 0 if possible. So two terms, and this scale in is something which Google uses heavily in their documentation. So that's the reason I mentioned it. Another important thing is project quota. So we should be aware about the project quota. So why this is coming in this context now is we are talking about scaling up, scaling down. Scaling down is okay, minimum 1 or 0, that's not a problem. But scaling up, then everybody will have what is your threshold, what is your saturation point. So to know that, you should have an exposure on what is the project quota. So and this is basically a soft limit which Google puts on every project. At a project level, you get a quota. So why Google puts that basically is just because it is cloud and it can scale to a very large number, it should not be that your project can also go to that extent. So this quota is going to help you safeguard your credit card limit. Basically, that's what I would say in very, very simple terms. Every credit card is going to have a limit. Now, your credit card or your corporate credit card. So usually it would have been attached to a corporate credit card from the financial team. They will have an upper limit, right? So make sure that upper limit and this quota matches. And if you don't want to get into those details, Google puts you some soft limits in the beginning itself. So if it's, say, for example, let me just go and show you some limits, at least for our virtual machine. So how do I see those limits? Click on the navigation menu and go under your uh, IAM and admin. It's in a wrongly placed screen. Nothing can be done. IAM and admin quotas. So if you go to your quotas for batch 6 project, it's going to give us some quota limit. Lots of quotas are there. Now, since we are focusing on virtual machines, let's just focus on the virtual machine quota. So one of the important thing which you need to know is how many VMs you can create, basically CPUs across all regions. First, let's go with CPUs first. Let me just click on this quota. What it basically indicates is I can have eight uh, 8 vCPUs. Basically, this is vCPU, it's not CPU. 8 vCPU in every region is what it indicates, basically. And now it also shows basically in the last 7 days I have created maximum is 2. Currently, nothing is there. So this is my quota. I don't know why it is showing as unlimited for others. Maybe I have not tried it in, but it's going to put a limit once we start using it. So this is at a region level. In a region, I can create up to 8 vCPU, meaning I can create 8 virtual machines, each with one vCPU. That is one option. Or I can create one powerful VM, which is N1 standard 8. That's another way. 8 vCPU is what is your limit in your project, is what it indicates. Now, if you want more, no problem. Select this button, radio button, click on edit, and you will have an option to change this. You want more, add it as 12 and raise a request. But if you are using a free trial account, Google is not going to increase it. You have to be using a paid account. Okay, so that is one important thing. This is at a region level. Now they also put at all the 24 regions how many you can create, all regions, CPUs in all regions. So if I just go here, basically they put a limit of 12 across all 24 regions. Maximum vCPUs you can create is 12, meaning 8 in Singapore, 4 in Mumbai. If I do it, I'm gone. My quota is fully exhausted. I cannot create a 13th VM, assuming all the VMs are 1 vCPU. I cannot create my 13th VM. It's going to show project quota exceeded. If you are using a paid account, by default, it is going to be 24. Since we are using a free trial account, it's going to be 12. So after this, nothing can be done. You will have the VM stop scaling. Now this is going to be a better protection, right? Just think of somehow a bad guy got access to this and he starts putting too much of load on the system. So maximum 12 vCPUs is what it's going to happen. Afterwards, I'm safe. My quota is, this is like like you have a transaction limit on your credit card, right? Something on this, on the similar lines here. So this is an important stuff, quota. Questions on this also can come. Project quota exceeded. So we are going to see this when we are going to auto scale, right? We are going to scale it to some great extent to put too much of load. By that, what we are going to see is we will easily exhaust this limit of 12 vCPU. Currently, we are 0. We don't have any vCPUs itself. Easily we will exceed this 12 vCPU. So this is one important thing which you should be aware of. So these are some prerequisites which you should be aware. Now we have seen it, and as we proceed further, we in specific modules, we will look into the specific quotas. For example, when we go to networking, we look into the networking quota. Now we are in compute, so virtual machines wise, it is you don't need to remember or memorize this, but there's a limit is what you need to be aware of, basically. Now demo time. What we are going to do is this is what we are going to implement. Basically, we will have groups of virtual machines in Mumbai or Singapore, groups of virtual machines in London, groups of virtual machines in US Central. And we will have a load balancer which is going to be very intelligent. If a traffic comes from, say for example, Tokyo, which is Asia, it comes, the load balancer finds which is the closest region to me, the proximity wise. It's going to be Mumbai or Singapore, whatever it has been there. It's going to route the traffic there. If the request comes from Switzerland, it goes to groups of virtual machine which is in London. If it comes from Las Vegas, it's going to goes to the request will be routed to US Central. So this is what is going to happen. Now, if too much load comes from Asia and all the virtual machines running, groups of virtual machine are all overloaded, then the load balancer is smart, assuming of the time zone difference, maybe there's less traffic from Europe, then what will happen is the traffic will flow, get diverted to Europe. So that's where this load balancing is going to come into picture. So this is what we are going to implement, and we'll have a slightly an enhanced version of this. Uh, just take a note at this, folks. What is this we are trying to deploy here is groups of virtual machine in a specific zone. In a specific zone. Mumbai A zone, London A zone, US Central C zone. What if this zone goes down, folks? There's a chance that a zone can go down, right? Due to a natural calamity, an asteroid hitting, or a cyclone, something, power failure, something, right? So always avoid doing something like avoid like a single point of failure here. So don't try to focus on one single zone. Rather than you go with this option, remove that zone and have your groups of virtual machine spread across a region. Mumbai has 3 zones, Singapore has 3 zones, London has 3 zones, US Central has 4 zones. So make sure you route the traffic to those zones. This is called as regional managed instance groups, basically. So it's going to be regional. So now we are slightly going one level ahead in our scope wise. So all this time we were focusing only on a zonal resource. Now it's going to be the regional resource. So this is what we are going to do, a real implementation now. Okay. So for this, the base is it's going to be a stateless application. So I don't have a database because we have not even explored database. So when we explore database, we'll do one more demo there. So now we know only virtual machine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a stateless application, a website, a static website, which is going to show, but some customization is going to be there. If you are coming from US, it's going to show the request is served from US Central. If you are coming from any part of Asia, it's going to show the request is served from Asia set of virtual machine. That kind of customization we are going to do it. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So let's get started, and this is going to be a long demo. So you can make a note of the time. It's 7:30 at my time. So maybe till the end we will finish it. Hope we finish it. If we don't finish it, we'll continue in the next class also. It's a longer demo. I wanted to go each and every steps and also do some debugging stuff. So it's going to be that approach is what I'm going to take. So let's create a virtual machine. So for this one, what you should do basically is create a virtual machine, have a your application running locally in a machine. So it should be working first. Once it is working, then we'll go to creating an instance group. Before creating an instance group, you need to have a template. For a template, you need to have a custom image. So it boils down to that what we have learned yesterday, the custom image features. Okay, so let's get started. What we will do is first we will go to a virtual machine, standard virtual machine stuff. Uh, um, and I don't want to see that same boring Apache web server page. It works. We have seen multiple times, right? The Apache web server, if I have installed an Apache web server. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to have a slight customization where I wanted to have some small changes. We'll do that. Okay, so first let's create, and we'll not use that old screen. From that boring screen we'll come to a nice interesting screen. So first I am going to create a virtual machine, normal. And please don't laugh at the name of the machine. We'll really see the value of this name at a later point of time. The name of the instance is golden instance. Okay, so and I'm going to provision it in Singapore, and I will create it in sorry, the machine type is going to be N1 or F1 micro should be good enough. So Golden instance is the name, and you can give anything. The reason why I gave golden, we will understand it towards the end. Basically, it relates to something like gold. Basically, that is the only reason. So let's use Debian. Um, I wanted to open up firewall tool because I'm going to install Apache web server, but I'm not going to install Apache web server using my inline startup script. We have done this multiple times, folks. We have done this at least twice, if I'm not wrong. Apache 2 -y. We will not do this. Rather than that, what I will do is I will upload that in my Google Cloud Storage bucket. So I'm going to use something like startup. We saw this, right? You can put it in Google Cloud Storage also. Startup script -URL. This is going to be a good choice. The reason is if you have lots of VMs and all this VM needs to have the same startup script, have a common repository like your Google Cloud Storage. That's going to be a good fit. So a small implementation tip, whenever you go for a startup script, prefer to use the startup script in a Google Cloud Storage bucket. That's going to be an important one. So let's create a bucket and then uh, provision Java script. So the two lines of code which you have, you need to put the same thing here. Basically, that's the thing. So, and it's going to be easier to manage and all. So let me create a bucket for a change. I'm just going to use Cloud Shell itself to create a bucket. We know at least a small command, which is gsutil mb should help us to create a storage bucket. So let's just create a bucket and then include that information here. By the time the Cloud Shell launches, anything else which we need to do? Not, I see. I guess everything is good enough. So we just need to add a script. That's it. So let me add that script. The Cloud Shell is creating a trouble these days. At least for me, it is creating a trouble. I don't know why. Uh, okay. Instead of Cloud Shell, I'll just create it here. I'll go to a bucket and create a bucket. I thought of doing it from the Cloud Shell, but it's still provisioning. So create a bucket. And let's call this as startup script, something like batch 6 startup scripts. We keep a repo like this. So there's no buckets. Let me just create a bucket. So I'll call this as batch 6 startup scripts. That's it. And all other things, I'm going to leave it as default. I'm not going to even change it. I'm just going to leave it as default. We'll look into that in more details in our storage class. Basically, the bucket is created. I just need to have a script there, folks. So I need to have a script there. So my shell is still loading. Okay, no problem. What I will do is go to my you also need to do this. I strongly recommend you to do this demo at a later point of time. I have the script ready. So let me just download the script to my local system. So let me just open it and show you what is there in that script. It's the same stuff. It is the same stuff which I mentioned, but I'll show you this. Uh, so, okay, I don't need sudo. I don't need sudo here. This is the stuff. Update and Apache 2. Same thing. So why don't I upload this? Let me just upload it to my bucket. Uh, Let me just upload it. It's in my local system. I thought of uploading it to from my Cloud Shell, but my Cloud Shell is not working. So I'm just going to take the second route. That's it. The data should be, or the script should be basically in Google Cloud Storage. That is the thing. How you upload it, your choice. And because it's going to be Linux, I'm going to use it as .sh. If it's a Windows machine, you do .batch or .ps1 partial. Let me just wait for the screen to come up, and then we will do the remaining part. Slight improvisation from having a local a startup script locally to the virtual machine. Instead of that, we are trying to put it in a bucket. This is a small improvisation. So every time when we do a new demo, we'll improvise ourselves basically. So that way you will have different options, and you'll also see which is best based on the scenario. Now, if it's something very quick, I have to do it, I'll go with inline. But this is something which is going to be scalable, all those things. So I will go with this option. Done. File is uploaded. File is uploaded. So what I will do is copy this location and mention that in my VM's creation. So unfortunately, the screen is not loading. So what I will do is basically mention a script like this: gs:// batch, and what's the file name? If I just refresh it, this is my file name. No space. Is this still here? It is clear, folks. Same stuff. The only line which we have done is we went with a script which is in a Google Cloud Storage bucket. That's it. Any questions or doubts in this part, folks? This is going to be important, so I just wanted to know whether it's clear till here. No change, exactly the same thing which we are doing. Every time we used to put the script here, we are now slightly advancing ourselves. We are putting our script in a storage bucket. Thank you for the confirmation. Now let me just go and click on create. Before I click on create, because it's a new thing which we have explored, why don't you see it in the command line? So the command line is again going to show metadata startup script equal to your script. So it's going to be part of your metadata only. All right, that's it. Click on create. And once it is created, the expectation is to have that old boring Apache web server page. We'll change it. We'll change it later. But for now, it should be showing that. That is the expectation. Let's wait. Done. It's provisioned. Now you can create any. Can we create any name for the startup script? No, 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 no. The name has to be fixed, Vijay. It is hard coded. Startup. So if I just go here, it has to be startup hyphen script hyphen URL only. You cannot have Mahesh hyphen startup script, Vijay hyphen startup script. The bucket could be anything, but your this thing has to be fixed. It has to be startup script hyphen URL. Otherwise, it's not going to recognize it. So please remember it. It has to be same. Now let me click on this, folks. Apache web server page is working. So far, so good. So now what we'll do is, this is the last time we are seeing this page. We'll slightly modify it. We'll slightly modify it as we proceed further. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is, the whole thing which I wanted is, okay, sometimes I wanted to share this part. Sometimes slightly out of topic, but just wanted to share this. Now, if you also download this to your Windows, then upload it to your bucket, sometimes you may get some error, basically because of the format, Windows to Linux format. There may be some format missing, and it may say it has not even recognized it. So if you get something like that, right, what I would suggest is to install a utility called as DOS to Linux utility, and you can do those conversion. You convert a Windows file into a Linux file format. or open up the code in a VI editor and just save it. So those options you can do it. So your serial port or serial concern is going to help you out in that case if you feel some error with the script. Okay, so just a word of caution. So if something goes wrong between two, because I have a Windows system uploading it to a Linux system kind of stuff, make sure you fix that part. Some format issues. So I thought I'll get it. If I have got it, I would have shown you. If you get something like this, just do sudo apt install um, DOS to Unix. Use this utility, then convert any file which was in your local Windows system. You want to convert it into Linux format, you can do it. Usually it will have a caret symbol with M. Usually, if you want to change that, you can do it. So if I see if there's any file which I can show you, assume this meta.sh file was copied from a local Windows machine and you want to convert the format to Unix, just run this command. So it's now converted to Unix format. You can do it in Notepad++ also if you want. So this is another option. Okay. Now we have the virtual machine. It is running. Now what we will do is we'll do a small change. The change which we are expecting is we don't need this virtual machine anymore. We don't need this virtual machine anymore, but we need the disk. We need the disk. So what I will do is, because the disk is having the Apache web server content, so but I don't need this virtual machine anymore. The reason why I'm deleting is I have a quota limit. I cannot simply leave this virtual machine running. I already have 12 VCP only. I have to be very I have to use it very appropriately. So what I will do before I go and delete this virtual, if I delete this directly, my disk also will get deleted. That's the default behavior, right? So the disk also gets deleted because we have installed it in the boot disk itself. So what you should do is click on edit and make sure you uncheck your boot disk. Don't delete it is what you should do basically. So that way I can delete my virtual machine, but my disk is going to be retained. So edit my virtual machine. So if I edit my virtual machine, this is an important stuff which you need to do. Uh, this one, by default, the boot disk will also be deleted along with your virtual machine. So make sure you keep the disk so that you delete your virtual machine, the disk can be kept. That's it. Click on save. Second step. First step, created a virtual machine with the same procedure, but we had a small enhancement, which was basically having the startup script from a storage bucket. Now we don't want the virtual machine, vCPU and memory. Why? Because we have a quota limit. We are going to do auto scaling and all. So we wanted to use our quota effectively. So I don't need this, but I only need the disk. So that's the reason I'm unchecking that boot disk option, where I'm going to keep it, but I don't want my VM. So what's going to happen in the next few minutes is I'm going to delete that virtual machine. Once I delete that virtual machine, what is going to happen is, let me just show you this in the screen. So if I just click on the screen, so currently you see this golden instance. This is the name of the disk. It is currently used by golden instance. Now what I'm going to do now is go and delete this virtual machine. If I delete this virtual machine, vCPU and memory is going to be taken back. The external iPad is going to be taken back. That's it. And my quota comes back to 0. So I can have 12 vCPUs completely now usable. Let me just delete this. Now when I delete it, the disk is going to be hanging around, not attached to anything, not attached to anything. Done. Go back to your disks, sorry. You see, okay, it is not refreshed. Let me just refresh it. You see it's not currently in use by anything. Now if you want, you can attach it one more time. Create a new VM. Something went wrong, you want to attach it, you can attach it. So this is your fourth tab option which you had in your virtual machine, which we did not explore yesterday. So it's now time to explore it. So if I click on create VM, we saw from public images you can create, from snapshots you can create it, from custom image we can create it, and there was one more option if you had noticed it, existing disk. This is what you can use. So if you select it, it's going to show. You can attach it and you can bring it up, but we don't need to do it. But this was the fourth tab. Here it is not attached anything. You can attach it. So but what I'm going to do is I'm not going to attach it to a VM again, but from the disk I'm going to create an image. From the disk I'm going to create an image. You'll get this answered why I'm creating an image once we do the next stage. Okay, so just hold on to that. Keep your question why we are creating this. You'll get it answered in the next few minutes. So step one, created a virtual machine with a storage bucket as a startup script. Step two, we delete the virtual machine but retain the disk. The steps which we did, you should be aware of. Now the step three is basically we are going to create an image out of this disk. Now since it is not even attached to any virtual machine, I can create a image from this disk itself. We don't need to rely on a snapshot because there is no VM attached. So it's a good fit there. Now I'm going to name this image as golden image. You'll understand the value of this gold name in next few minutes, I would say, or sometimes hours. So let me put it as multi-region in this. Let me put it as multi-region. So I'm going to put it as multi-region and create a disk. So want to see the command line equivalent? It's going to be the same thing which we saw. Gcloud compute images create, and the source is a source disk, not a snapshot. Yesterday, to avoid downtime, we created it with snapshot. Today there's no VM itself, so we can easily attach the disk and use a disk and create an image. So let's go ahead and create an image. Luckily the image is getting created without any issue, and it does not show a notification window, folks. When you create most of the stuffs, the notification window is going to be there, but for images, looks like this feature is not enabled, so maybe possibly a bug. Golden image is getting created. Now what I will do is use this golden image and create a template. So because whenever you are doing auto scaling, scaling up or scaling down, it should be identical way. It should be a carbon copy. So to do that, we need to use a template. First time we are using template. Let's go ahead and use this templates. What is this basically is, it's going to show when you're going to use this using this, it's like a blueprint. Whenever you want to create a new virtual machine, use this template and create it. That's what we are going to say. So instance template lets you describe a VM instance. You can
Uh,
then create a
my,
group
my,
of identical instances. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, like when you create an image using disk, we have
Hmm.
not created any VM or anything, right? We
No,
just
we have
created
not.
an
We,
image.
are, we have just created an image. Why we created the image? It's going to be answered in the template.
Okay.
The fourth step is create an instance template. And why we created that image, you'll get it answered now. So it's basically a blueprint. Here, let me click on create instance template, and the screen looks exactly the same like your virtual machine screen. Exactly the same stuff, except two options or three options would be missed out. The first option is you'll not have any zone and region. You'll not have it. The second one which you will not have is that delete protection which you had. You'll not have that option because you don't need to have a delete protection here because it's going to be done via a template. So two things is what I have observed, which is not going to be made available in a template. Okay, now let me call this as batch 6 instance template, batch 6 instance template. Now I can mention what is the CPU details required. So I'm going to make it as N1 standard micro VM. Then the most important thing, this is going to answer why I created an image. So click on this. You see here, folks, I told exactly more like a virtual machine screen. If you were creating a virtual machine, what are the options which you had? Public images, custom images, snapshot, and existing disk. You will not have those two options here. The reason is you're going to create new VMs on the fly. And yesterday itself, we have come to know that when you're creating a VMs, the best fit is always going to be using custom image, not with a snapshot. So that's the reason Google has even totally removed that to avoid any confusion. So you get the connect here, folks, why we created custom image, why we yesterday learned custom images. To do auto scaling, one of the base importance, the base is you need to know how a custom image works. Hope it should have made it clear, folks, now why we took a custom image from the disk. We cannot attach the disk. One disk can be attached only to one virtual machine. So now we are going to do scaling, auto scaling. So definitely we need to have a custom image. Is this clear, folks? Why we created a custom image? Because we have to use it in the template. So can we use AMI for custom? Can we use Amazon image for custom image? Uh, you have to make it something which is compatible to Google. Then only you can use it. So maybe you get, okay, you wanted to say Google AMI. Okay, Google machine image, because it is still in beta, right, Vijay? So that feature is not available. So maybe once it comes up, there's a chance that you can use it. So you may have a new tab like Google machine image, but currently it is not because it's in beta. So they have not enabled it. Once it becomes generally available, they may make it available. But to answer your question, it is possible. Select that image and click on select. That's it. So what we have done, gave a name to our template, selected our machine type, and the boot disk. It is a custom image. Why we took it? You understood it, because we are going to use the same template to create multiple VMs, and every VM should have Apache web server in it. That is what we are going to do. Next, what we are going to do basically is we will allow firewall rule. Every VM which gets created should have the firewall rule, port 80 open. Otherwise, we'll not have the request served. That's another thing which we are doing. And instance template creation is the most important thing, folks. If something goes wrong, there's a high chance the template is wrong. So please be very cautious when you're creating a template. And the template cannot be edited. So it's one time only. So if you were to create a new edit it, you have to create a new one only. So be a bit cautious when you're creating a template.
Hello, excuse me.
Yeah.
I had a one question. I mean, there was regarding this instance template. What would be the cause that your instances are not getting created by using instant template? So there was some scenario was written like
Okay.
please, the VM name and disk name should not be similar, and the syntax should be correct, and one option was there also. So
Okay.
I got this question in my exam, actually. I do remember
Okay. Fine.
the
Fine.
possible cause that the VM instances is not getting created with the VM template. So there were multiple options, but yeah.
Sure. Sure.
So
So
we cannot have a VM name and disk name same.
we can have it. That's a default behavior. That's a default behavior. So maybe once we finish it, you may get an answer. You may get an
Oh,
answer for it. Yeah. Okay. So what we have done so far, the name, the machine type, we have used the specific golden image. Firewall rule is turned on. If I use this template and create it, what's going to happen is the new VM which I'm going to create is going to have the same boring screen. Apache web server works. what I wanted to do is I want to do a slight customization. So that customization is going to use basically another startup script. Startup hyphen script. What is that script going to do? Let me explain you in a minute. So for that, I'll just go to my Google Drive, where you should have access to this. Everybody should have access to it. I will download this file. Let me just open this. I'll explain you what I'm doing it. It's your choice what you want to write. Here, basically, it's a shell script, not Python or Java. It's a shell script. Basically, it does two things. Using programmatically, I do a query to my metadata server. Every virtual machine will have an option to query the metadata server. So the metadata fields which you put, right, you can query it programmatically. I call it with http://metadata.google.internal. It's only accessible from a virtual machine, not from outside. So what I do, I programmatically get what is the zone of that virtual machine. Similarly, I programmatically get the instance name of that virtual machine, and the name will have some slight extra characters. I'm just going to do some regular expression and get a very nice name, Singapore, something like Asia Southeast 1-A. That's it. That's what I need to get. I don't want any other characters. So for that, I'm just doing some sed command and getting that. And you can have some more efficient way of doing it. I try to put it in the Linux knowledge which I have. Basically, you get that zone. You have the instance name, you have the zone name. Now, instead of that boring HTML page, it should show us this page. Managed instance group in action. This request is served from so and so instance present in so and so zone. So meaning you should not see that Apache web server page, but you should see this content. Basically, this is what we are going to put. Now let me upload the script and connect it from that. When I provision the template, I'll just make use of this script there, and it is available in the Google Drive. You can download and try it also. So what I will do is I'll go to my storage, Google Cloud storage bucket, upload this file which I have downloaded. So custom script, just a small customization in that page. Done. Now what I will do is in my startup script, I'm just going to mention my bucket name, gs:// my script name. There's one question. Let me just finish this and answer it. Can we have an organization policy for startup script like IAM policy or bucket policy? Policy. Use a policy for. You mean to say always have a startup script from storage bucket only, not from inline, not locally running in this virtual machine? That kind of a script policy is what you are expecting? That kind of a stuff is not there. If you have a different stuff, let me know. I'll answer it. But if you want to enforce it, some immutable VMs. Maybe keep this question. I really not getting it. Keep it. I'll finish it, and once we finish this demo, you can elaborate it. I can explain you whether. But there's no organization policy where you can say every VM should have a startup script. Currently, that is not there, basically. So this is what we are going to do. Then remaining everything looks fine. Remaining everything looks fine. So let me just repeat it what we did, because it's the most important piece. If something goes wrong, it goes wrong in the template only. So name, region and location will never be mentioned. You have to mention it when you want. Then the image is used, and whenever you are using, right, a instance template, it's always recommended, highly recommended, to use a custom image, folks. There's no use of having a public image. You may say, I will use a public image, install all my necessary components on the fly and do it. But that's going to be an overhead. There's going to be an overhead there because maybe you want to install some software, then do all those things. It's going to take time, right? Instead of that, why don't you bake in everything, create it as a custom image? So your image, your VM is going to come up very fast and it's going to serve you the request. Now, if there's a request to scale up, now you say, let me go using a template, create a public, using a public image, create a virtual machine. Once the image is up, I will have a startup script which is going to get something from internet, all those things. It's going to add more time to your VM to come to a steady state. So avoid using public images as much as possible. Always have a custom image where completely everything is baked in. You just use the image. In next 30 seconds or 10 seconds, you should have the VM up and running. So prefer to use custom image. That's something which we have done. And I wanted a small customization, so I'm using this here. And as much as possible, avoid heavy startup scripts, and that too scripts which relies on internet and get something. At a later point of time, we'll talk about these instances. We will not have these instances with internet access itself. Basically, it will make it as internal IP only. So at that time, a VM cannot even reach out to an external resource. So avoid such kind of a script. But this script is basically going to write something in my VM itself, so it's okay. So we will do this one more version of this demo at a later point of time when we are doing networking class. So at that time, it's going to be still strict. VM with no external IP address and all will happen. So always try to have your starter script lightweight when you are doing it via the template. Everything should be already baked in your custom image itself. Okay, and firewall rule is opened up so that we can access it. That's it. Before clicking on create, let me click on the command line to just know what is this all about. Instead of instances create, it is instance templates create. That's it. Everything as a virtual machine screen is what we have seen in this template. Now let me go ahead and click on create. In the next few seconds, my template should be ready. Let's just wait for the template to be created. And if you make any mistake in the template, you have no edit option, folks. You have to create a new one. Maybe you can use this copy and try to do it. But template cannot be edited. Basically, there's no edit option. Delete or this thing, basically. Now the template is created. A question for you folks. How many VMs is going to be created if I just go to my compute engine screen now? How many VMs are going to be created? If I go to my compute engine screen, Anil B got it correctly. Others wanted to give a try. How many VMs are going to be created? I have created a template. How many VMs do you expect if I just go to my compute engine screen? 0, folks. 0. Only Anil got it correctly. So 0. It's just a template, a blueprint. Why do you expect 1? Why do you expect 12? So nothing should be there. So it was just a template. For a VM to create, you have to mention the zone. We never even mentioned the zone there. So it's 0, folks. It's just a template. That's it. Okay. So it's just a template. Hope it's clear. Okay. No worries. No worries. There's one question from Kumar. Template can be used in any region zone. What was the reason we don't have that option? That is the main reason, Kumar. You are going to use it in any for any region and zone. You can use it. That was the main reason. That should not be a showstopper. That was the main reason.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Now, what we did, step 1, we created a virtual machine with a startup script. Step 2, we created a golden image. We deleted the VM, then created an image out of it. Then we created a template. Now, first time we'll create a virtual machine, not by entering every field, but we'll go and create a virtual machine with a template. Now, I remember somebody asking this, can we create a template? Why are we spending time by clicking on machine type is this, region is this, blah, blah, blah. So instead of that, you can just create. Now, we used to always do this one, right? Fill every form manually. So from going forward, from today onwards, we'll not use that, but rather we use this one, VM instance from a template. If I click on it, it's going to show me a template. So to verify whether your template is working or not, just create a virtual machine. Let's just create it. Select this. Now what is going to happen is whatever you mentioned in that blueprint or in your template, everything is going to come automatically. So it's going to give a name. Region and zone is going to come up because I have fixed it. Now you want to do it in some other region, you can change it. Remaining everything is going to be fixed. N1, micro, golden image, firewall rule, startup script. If I go startup script, whatever you mention, it is there. And if you want, you can change it also. This is basically a template, not a hard and fast rule. If you want, you can change it also. Your choice. This one helps us to avoid having lots of clicks, basically. So it's like a blueprint. You always follow this template and do it, basically. So what we'll do is we'll just create a VM from here. Using the template, we are creating it. And why we are doing it? Because this is the most important thing. We just want to verify whether a template is good or not. Is it going to work or not is what we wanted to see. So that's the reason we are trying to do with creating a virtual machine with this template. So it's taking time. I should have done it in my command line. Okay, the VM is there. Now if I just click on this, it shows the same boring page. Looks like the script has not executed. Let me refresh it one more time. One more time. It should have changed this page actually. Not sure why it is not working. This thing is not working, folks. My startup script is not working. It is showing that same page, which I don't want it because I had a slight customization. Maybe the white spaces while script. What was that white space? Mm, no, there was no white space. But my startup script is not working. If my startup script is not working, what's the first thing which you should go and do it, folks? How do you debug this? It's a good scenario which we have got. Startup script is not working. That's it. Anybody else? Anil got it correctly. Anil B. It's already done it on a virtual machine. So how do I do it? So you can test it out whether it runs. The startup script works. I'm 100% sure syntax wise it's not error. It is all good. But when I put the startup script in my virtual machine, it is not running. So, okay, try accessing whether you are able to access the bucket or not. So to all do these things, right? The best way is go to your serial console. Go to your serial console. It's going to be a good choice to look into that. So either enable your serial console or you can look into the logs. You can also look into the logs. So just click on this logs and see whether is there any issue with my startup script. Basically, now let's try to get that. There is some errors already. So how did I go here? Let me just show you this, folks. So my startup script was not working. Let me just give one more try. Still not working. So what I did is clicked on the virtual machine. I just look into the logs because the script has already ran, but it has not successfully ran. So I look into the logs. So if you want to see the live, you can turn on serial port, serial console. If you want to see the logs, just click on the serial port console. It's going to take you to the logs. What has ran basically. So what has ran till date. So you should be able to see this. Now, if I just look into it, I'll just do a very crude way of searching it. I'll just search for error. That's it. Do I have anything? So no video port, that's okay. Okay, it did not help me. Let me just see, is there any issue with my script? or I can just search for startup, folks. Startup. Okay, startup script is what it shows. It's just looking into the logs basically. Okay, this is the script which we have. Okay, now what you see here, startup script. You see this bad interpreter, no such file or directory. Basically, my Windows to Linux format issue was the problem. Yes, DOS to Linux would be really helpful here. Now, where do you see this part? I can show you if my Cloud Shell launches. Um, hope my Cloud Shell launches. Without my Cloud Shell, I cannot do it now. The Cloud Shell is becoming little. Yeah, I can edit the startups. I need to edit the startup script. If Cloud Shell launches, I thought of showing it with in this thing basically. What? With DOS to Linux option. Otherwise, we have other options also. Luckily, it opened up. So what I will do is I'll just do gsutil ls. I wanted to show you what was the thing which was the. It's nothing to do with the space. I'll show you the stuff. Nothing to do with the space. Okay. Gcloud config set project learn hyphen piece GCP hyphen PCA batch 6. The only reason why I kept this easy name was I can type it. Let me just get my content gsutil. So I'll just copy this. This was a script which was troublemaking. So I'll just do gsutil cp, copy to my local Cloud Shell, folks. Not local, to my Cloud Shell. The file is copied. Now, if I just do vi custom, you will see some. I don't see it here. Let me open it in a different editor. Some editor shows you that error.
Cat minus v will give you if any special characters.
Cap minus v, yeah.
Yep.
So in 1 minute. So that was in vi, if I'm not wrong.
You do cat minus v. I think you will get it.
Cat minus v, yeah. Cat minus v. Okay. Sorry. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
it is okay.
So you see this, folks, some special characters. This only comes when I do it from my Windows to Linux kind of a stuff. This is the same thing it was saying, bad interpreter. It was not able to interpret this. Now, what I will do is, that was a good example, this thing. So it was Mangesh, if I'm not wrong. So thank you. That was a small, nice command actually. Now, what I will do is, I'll do my DOS to Linux stuff and convert this basically. Now, if I do DOS to Linux, it is not showing up, folks. You remember I installed it. Any reason why it's not showing up? Any reason why DOS to Linux is not showing up, folks? Please use your chat. I showed you in front of you itself. Absolutely correct, Anil Kumar. So anybody else wants to give a try? No, we installed it. Session over. That's it. So basically, it's an ephemeral virtual machine, folks. System-wide changes will never persist. So it is like one of my sir used to say this. Many of students usually, if they sit in mathematics, they don't think about any other subject. If they sit in physics class, they only think of physics. But in physics class, you should also think about mathematics. That's only where you will become more intelligent. So the same thing. So maybe the question is not on Cloud Shell, but your previous Cloud Shell knowledge will be used here. So it is a short-lived virtual machine, and I had disconnected and I had to connect it back. It had timed out. So because of which the system-wide changes are not there, meaning you have to do one more time, install your uh, DOS to Linux. Then you have to do it. So this has to be very well registered. And if you wanted to see this one, which DOS to Linux, you'll come to know it gets installed in /user bin /user/bin, which is not something which is persistent. Only /home is the persistent disk. Maybe you want to copy it here, then it's going to be retained. Your choice. So, but just wanted to show that it's ephemeral. Now, if I do DOS to Linux, it's going to work. My custom script, run it. It's now converted. I'm going to use the script, this thing command which Mangesh gave me. So now it is in a proper format. Now upload this back to your Google Cloud Storage bucket. So gsutil ls. Hope this is clear, folks. So the whole reason was purposely to show how you can leverage serial console and see the log. Basically, that was the whole purpose of simulating this entire error. Basically, gsutil cp. Have to get the file name. gsutil cp file. It's going to get overridden in my Google Cloud Storage. Done. My script is updated. My script is updated. And if I wanted to do it on the virtual machine, what will I do, folks? My script is updated. What should I do now? Should I create a new virtual machine? You can do it, but on an existing virtual machine, if you were to do it, yes, it has to be basically a reset. That's it. Just do a reset as uh, Ankit, Anil mentioned. So for doing this, anyway, I did yesterday a reset, if I'm not wrong. I wanted to show you what's going to happen when I reset it. Somebody asked whether it's going to stop the VM or not. Why don't we leverage that question, see that question answered now. I told it's not going to reset, restart. So to make it clear, no downtime actually, what I will do is go to my virtual machine. What I will do is basically, I'll run a small script here, folks. Gcloud compute instances. No need of restart. Restart it will do. It will definitely come. With little downtime, if you want to do reset is a good choice. List all my VMs. If I do it right, this command is going to take around 18 seconds roughly to just list all the virtual machines. Now I wanted to show you a change in the state, and the reset will not take more than 18 seconds. Just keep in mind. So the reset is going to be a little faster. Just wanted to show how long this takes. It takes 18 seconds roughly. Now what I will do is to make this command list all my virtual machines faster, I will use specifically zones. I wanted to only see from the zone, and I wanted to have a limit. Sorry. Limit 1. If I do this now, right, it's going to show the command ran in 1 second, and you see the status. It is running. Now what I will do is, instead of time, right, I'm going to use a command called as watch, which is basically to see the status. It's going to refresh every 2 seconds. So I can see the clock ticking here. So it will keep ticking, and this command takes roughly around a minute or so. I'm going to see up-to-date information, whether the VM is in running state or in stopped state or in terminated state. The whole reason why I wanted to show you this was to show when I click on reset, the status is going to be still running only. Okay. So now let's go with what you people mentioned. I'm going to click on running reset. Keep an eye on the status, folks, and the clock is ticking. So resetting in action, done. Reset is done, but the VM never changed its state. It was in running only. So these are some small ways you can find out whether the stuff what documentation says is really correct. Most of the time it is correct, but for our understanding, if you do these kind of extra works, it's going to be always helpful. Now the script should have executed. Now if I click on this thing, I should get a output like this. Now this is what I wanted to show you basically. Now managed instance group in action. Now we don't know what is managed actually. We know instance group. Also we don't know actually. That's a title. I'll explain you what is the title. But this part should be very clear for us. This request is served from so and so instance present in so and so zone. If you go and check it, it's perfectly the same zone and the name. Till here is it clear, folks? We are halfway through basically, or 40% through with our demo. Till here is it clear? What we did is the whole exercise of 1 hour was just to create a template and have a working template, and we had some issues with all our expertise. We tried to fix that issue also, and we also learned some new command. I learned something cat -v, so where you will be able to see some special characters there. So, and we also leverage serial port, a serial console port basically. So if this is clear till now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say bye-bye to this virtual machine because my template is working perfectly fine. So I don't need any more this template. Since we just did updated it, if you want to check it one more time, you can check it. But let's try to do this time via a command line. Create a virtual machine using the template and run it in a command line. Why command line? Let me explain you by doing this. The customer may sometimes have an SLA, service level agreement, between you and the customer, saying that whenever my website needs more VMs to be provisioned, I need it to be provisioned in 45 seconds. That could be their SLA. Now this 45 seconds all depends on how fast your VM can come up using this template. So to do that small check, right, let's do this activity. So create this. It's going to use that template. It's going to pop up everything with those information only, right? So what I will do is I'll just do this small trick to find out whether my template, using my template, my VM gets provisioned quickly. How do I do it? Simple. Create a VM using the template. Don't run it in the console, but copy the gcloud command. Copy the gcloud command. You can click on run in cloud shell also, but my cloud shell may have issue, so I'm just going to copy it. So what I will do is I'll put a tab. Hope it works. I'm going to just put this, but our handy time tool, we are going to put it. So I'm just going to see here so that I can find out how long this virtual machine takes literally to get provision with all those necessary details which we have mentioned. Okay, I'm just going to hit enter and jump into the screen to see the status, how the VM starts from a provisioning state, staging to running, another stuff basically. So let me just hit and come here. You should see a new entry. You see it is provisioning, staging, then it's going to be running, basically running. Now the VM is up. How long it took? 9 seconds. Now I can very easily mention to the customer, in 45 seconds we will have a new instance. We know reality is in 10 seconds itself it's going to come, but I'm going to keep some buffer. So in 9 seconds, it's going to come out very well. So I can easily fulfill my SLA. There's one question, instance groups, which you can use for VM, right? How you can please explain about we'll come to that. What is managed instance group? I'll come to that. What we learned is only use a template with a custom image, how it gets created faster, all those things. What is a instance group? What is in that instance group? What are the various types of instance group? We have not even come to that, Vijay. So we'll definitely explain that. So till here, is it clear, folks? What we have done is only looking into a template. So going forward, we don't need to always create a VM in the style which we used to create till yesterday. From today onwards, we'll always create a template. So that's going to be a good option. So the VM is provisioned. Let me just check whether does it serve with the expected output which we are expecting. Let's see that. VM was there. It is working. It is working as expected. Now I'm going to delete this only because I have a quota. My template is perfectly working fine. So the heavy lifting work is almost done, is what I would say. The next part is use this template and create groups of virtual machines. And there are different types of groups which you can create. We'll look into that after we take a 10 minutes break and come back. So once we are back from the break, we'll explore groups of virtual machines. What is PS1 equal to dollar? Basically, okay, what I do usually, right, if you launch your this thing, your prompt would have come here basically. So to save some real estate, if you have a long command, if you want your prompt to go to your leftmost corner, I use that command, Anil, nothing else. So it has no significance. It's only to get a complete real estate for me to type a bigger command, nothing else. If you are interested, you can use it. I saw from one Linux video. Yeah, Vijay.
Magesh, actually, I mentioned right immutable virtual machine. Like example, we are getting some a requirement, right? Like some application. It's a secured application. Once deployed, should not change anything on the application. No patching, no update, nothing. For that, we'll be building a immutable storage, immutable it's a security issue, so immutable virtual machine. So for that, in other clouds we have option like whenever creating any storage or something, we can select immutable, which means it will not allow make any changes. Similar like virtual machine also. So that's what I just want to ask. In GCP, if you're building any virtual machine, we can apply some immutable policy, not to make any changes on the virtual machine after deploy that application template.
Okay, got it.
So,
So
for that, what we did previously is we made the root volume / as readable, and we used the LVM for the rest of the partitions and made them readable only. Okay, so that way nobody can change anything on the system once it is stabilized. In Google, we have done that
also?
In GCP
Windows
on
also?
Linux. Not I don't know much about the Windows side, but Linux side we have done that way so that nobody can go in and change any parameter other than administrators of it.
Okay, so that could be one option.
Actually,
And
cloud
Anil
itself there is
the template itself we can use. I'm not sure why not we can use instance template also here. So I'll show you what happens when you use instance template. With the help of instance template, what you mention is what is going to be there. So you will not have any changes there. Instance template is another choice, I would say. Possible option. Straightforward.
Actually,
If we don't,
one check mark, there is one
go
check
ahead.
mark will be there. If there is one check mark will be there, immutable. And if when you create a storage account, also there is one check mark. But I don't know
Nothing like in
where
maybe
should
in
I
Azure
find
you
it
may
in
have it.
GCP.
No, it's not in GCP, that kind of a checkbox which you're
AWS
expecting.
also is there.
Okay. Maybe in other cloud it is
Okay.
there, but if you want to do that kind of a lock, you should not do any changes to the VM after it is done. The template could be a possible choice where you mention what needs to be there. That's it. And these groups of VMs are going to be it will scale up and down, right? So even if you make any changes, it's going to be only for a short time. If it scales down, it's going to be lost. And any new VM gets provisioned, it always takes it from the template. So it uses the template as its base to create always the same thing. So that way you are avoiding any changes there. One possible option. And
Yeah,
Anil
actually,
mentioned
basically,
something.
not make any changes in the operating system.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
So if you do anything, will it have any trigger or some logs, or what is the thing which happens in other cloud there?
Yeah, simple. Yeah. Other cloud, there is option is there. While building itself, there is option is there. Immutable,
Okay.
we configure immutable, or in Azure, AWS, we can using the policies that we can use a policy. We apply the policy, and that will not allow make any changes inside of the operating system, even Windows or Linux. So
Inside
that's
the
what I
operating, you're saying you're trying to change the operating system, or your application itself, you don't need to modify it, your app.
So there's another
yeah,
option,
nothing should need
right?
modify.
In Linux, what we have done is not to change the file or a folder. We have used chattr, change attribute on the folder. That way you can make it as immutable.
So
Okay.
these
But on the
changes are
Windows side, I'm
only,
not available.
yeah,
Right.
these changes are
Operating.
something OS specifics is what you are trying. So what Vijay is asking, can it have something at a cloud level? Because I may not be an expert in Linux, I may not be an expert in specifically Red Hat. So something like that is what he's asking, is my understanding. Disabling SSH may not be a good
Windows
one.
also.
Let me check it, Vijay. So let me check it. But to some extent, template can help you out, is
Okay.
what I feel. I'll explore it. So I'll check it out. I'll make a note of this and
Okay.
come back. Yeah.
Okay, I also find from my side, and I think I'll let you know.
Sure. Interesting one, actually. So
Thanks.
let's take a 10 minutes break, folks. Once we come back, I guess we may finish the demo, or I may take extra 5 or 10 minutes more because the demo is slightly longer. So we'll just take a 10 minutes break, because the remaining 1 hour 15 minutes is going to be fully demo. So relax yourself, come back, and then we'll resume. Take a break.
This conference will now be recorded.
Now, if we see the architecture, we have not even started it. We are not even there. So, but the base foundation work has been done. So now what we are going to do is we are going to create groups of virtual machines, and this is going to be a specific kind of group called as managed. So opposite of managed, you are going to have also unmanaged instance group. We'll see those difference. What is a managed instance group? What is an unmanaged instance group? Then we will prefer to use a regional managed instance group rather than a zonal managed instance group. Okay, so I don't have a slide for that, but I'll try to explain you in the user interface itself. So we have explored VM instances, we have explored instance templates. Let's go to instance groups. Okay, the screen is good. So let me just go here. Instance groups. So instance groups lets you organize VM instances or use them in load balancing backend. You can group existing instance or create a new group based on your instance template. So let me click on, it's a groups of virtual machines. That's it, folks. So click on create instance group, IG. Now you will have 3 different types of instance groups, folks. The first and the foremost one is what we are going to use today. Instance managed instance group. So what do you mean by a managed instance group? This one, you're going to have support for auto scaling. You will scale up, scale down. If there's a huge traffic, it's going to scale up more instances. If there's no traffic, it is going to scale down to minimum 1 instance. Auto healing is something which you get. What is this auto healing? There could be one virtual machine which is not responding. Maybe it has got overloaded and it has crashed. It is not healthy. Now what will this auto healing will do is it will check the health of the system. If it is not healthy, it will stop sending traffic to that virtual machine and create a new virtual machine using the template. That's your auto healing. Auto updating, basically if you wanted to have a new version of your content, so now we have some content in our website, you want to update it, you can do this auto updating there also. Plus it provides multi-zone deployment. What is multi-zone? I'll show you that in a minute. And it can also help you for load balancing. So the architecture which we are going to do, so it's going to balance the load across multiple managed instance groups. That's the first option. And this is stateless, basically, which does not save any state. We know HTTP itself is a stateless protocol. If you want to save the state, you have to use some kind of a session, or you have to persist the information into a database. So for a website, this is a very good fit. Basically, if you have something which is, you want to do the same thing, auto scaling, all those things, auto healing, auto updating, all those things, but for a database, this is a new feature which Google launched called as managed instance group for stateful work set. Basically a database kind of a stuff is going to be helpful. The last option which you have is unmanaged instance group, which only supports load balancing. No auto scaling, no auto healing, no auto updating. So those things are not there. It is only for load balancing. We'll talk more about unmanaged instance group in next Saturday's class. So we'll now focus on the first option, which is managed instance group for stateless workload. So MIG is what is going to be the short form. So there is a question. So can you please give some use case for stateful and stateless? Stateful website, you want to run a website, basically all your website content is there, it needs to be served. That's your stateless. If it is stateful, right, it's going to be a database, a NoSQL database or a SQL database, and which needs to also auto heal all those things. Basically you want to persist the information. That's going to be stateful. So we will use stateless now. It's basically a website. If you log in, it's not going to keep any of your information there persisted there. So if you go into any website, if they keep the session information, cookie information, next time when you go, where you stopped, it's going to start from there, meaning they are keeping your state there. That is stateful applications. Here what we are going to deploy is a stateless. N number of times you go, it's going to show the same stuff, or it's going to start from the beginning. That's the difference, Vijay. Now let's create a instance group, that is a managed instance group, and from the exam perspective they may use this acronym, folks, MIG. So let me just put this before I forget it in the notes, and it's very popular name. In the question they may just mention it is MIG. MIG stands for managed instance group. Now let me create that instance group, and being in Asia, let me start with Asia MIG. Asia MIG. Basically what we are doing is, this is the first part which we are doing in the architecture. This part is what I'm going to provision now. Once we provision once, the remaining two are going to be more of an identical stuff. Only the zone and region is going to be changed. That's it. So let me go there. Name this MIG as Asia MIG, and the location can be a single zone, meaning I select Singapore A. That's it. I can have n number of VMs in Singapore A only. This is zonal managed instance group, which may not be a good choice from production high implement like high availability perspective. So to ensure high availability, select a multiple zone location. So that multi-zone deployment is what you are saying. So make it as multi-zone. If I make it as multi-zone, it's going to be only showing you the regions, basically the regions. So you select the region. So the VMs are going to be distributed equally in all 3 zones. Okay, and you can also select what zone you want out of those. But if you select something like only 2, it's going to show for maximum availability we recommend at least 3. As of now, for every region, right, this has to be fixed. This is fixed because all 23 regions are only with 3 zones. There's only one special region, which is US Central, which has 4 zones. Only for US Central, this drop down, this zone selection could be helpful. For remaining everything, it is fixed. So don't need to even worry about it. So let's go with a multi-zone deployment, basically a regional MIG. Very important from the exam perspective, folks. High availability is achieved here. So that's the first thing. So you selected, you gave a name, you selected the region, which is Singapore in this case. Then go to the template. Now you see the connect. Why did we create a template? So when I use my instance group, it's going to use this template and create an instance. So that template is going to use a custom image behind the scene. So now you will see the connecting the dots. It's more like a movie. You see first in the beginning, then now you are trying to connect the dots. So hit it. Either you can create a brand new template or you can use the existing template, which we have already created it. We use the existing one, which we already created it. So till here, it should be clear. Now, why we created a template should have been cleared now. And why we created a custom image should also be clear. Now the template is created. Next is the most important part, auto scaling feature. So how you want to up and down your instances. So there are different modes of auto scaling available. Auto scale, meaning it can scale up and down, or don't auto scale, meaning turn off it. You don't need to do auto scaling. What you mentioned is going to be there. That's it. Only scale up, don't scale down. So different options are available. We are doing it for the first time. So what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to use auto scale. So I wanted to see both up and down. So can we say we cannot? It is okay. There's one question. Maybe what I would do, I'll answer this question later. All the questions I'll finish it once I answer it, once I finish the demo. So can we say it is not possible to create an instance group without a template? If it's managed instance group without a template, it is not possible. But if it's an unmanaged instance group, Kumar, without a template, I can create it. Without a template, I will create it. So we'll talk about unmanaged instance group in next class. So only for managed instance group, your point is valid. Remaining all questions, folks, I will answer it once we finish the demo. So because let's finish this. Otherwise, next week, if you continue it, you may lose the continuity part of it. Okay. So whenever you talk about auto scaling, right, there should be some metrics. Based on that only auto scaling is going to work basically. So there are different types of metrics which you get. Whether you want to scale new instances, have more instances based on a CPU utilization, or based on the load which you are putting, or a custom metrics. CPU this much, memory this much, storage usage this much, and HTTP this much. A combination, you can go with stack driver monitoring. Stack driver is a acquisition which Google did. Now it is renamed as cloud operations, but in some of the user interface, it is still referred as stack driver. This is the old name actually. So basically you have 3 different ways of auto scaling. So if you want total customization, the last option is the one which is going to help you out. So in this demonstration, I'm going to use basically HTTP load balancing utilization, meaning I'm going to put a huge load based on the request. It's going to scale up, not on the CPU. Okay, so if it is a CPU intensive workload, then going with CPU utilization could be a good choice, again depending on your requirement. So I'm going to use HTTP load balancing in this. That's the metrics. And what I'm saying is I wanted to do load balancing based on the utilization is going to be, sorry, 60. So what I mean here by 60% utilization is if I have this one, so what's going to happen basically is it's going to use 60% utilization maximum. Now if I make my maximum number of instances as 5 into 60, my capacity is going to be 300% capacity is what I'm going to run at the maximum level. This is what this number maps to. Similarly for your CPU, how much is your CPU hitting basically? So that's the number. So let's go with 60. So why 60? So see, it's just a simple one. So by default, it was showing 60. So I thought, let me go with 60, nothing else. So, but in real implementation, you have to make sure what should be your capacity, maximum capacity you want to run. So here, 6 into 5, 300% is the capacity of my system, which I'm going to run with. So that's my first matrix. That's my first matrix. I can have n number of such metrics. You can add one more matrix, either CPU or stack driver. It's your choice. For us, because we are doing it for the first time, let's keep it simple, short. HTTP matrix is good enough. Sorry, HTTP load balancing matrix is good enough. Next is your cooldown period. So one good feature with Google is every new column or the field, they'll have a tooltip. So that way you will come to know what is this all about. So cooldown period allows the autoscaler to make better autoscaling decision. For example, a high CPU utilization during an instance will be omitted during an initialization period. Predict predict autoscaling also uses cooldown period to instance ahead. So to specify how long it takes for your app to initialize from boot time until it is ready to serve. So this is where our small demo which we did using the time utility, our instance was getting created in what? In 9 seconds. That's going to add to this cooldown period. So by default, it is 60 seconds. It is expecting the VM to be up and running in a ready state in 60 seconds, basically. So this is your 60 seconds. For us, 10 seconds is also good enough. But let's leave it as minimum is 15. So that's good enough. So 60 should be good enough. So what is this HTTP utilization? Let me explain it one more time. Few of you are expecting this one more time. So basically at what capacity you want it to run, your entire system is what you are deciding here. So 60% HTTP load is what one instance can take, is I'm saying. Now if I have maximum 5 instances in Singapore itself, I can take around 300% capacity. 60 into 5, basically. That's my upper capacity. Now, if I have 2 more instance group, one in US Central, one in London, my entire capacity is 900% capacity is what I can handle, basically. That's what I'm saying. So, give a matrix, cooldown period, let it be 60. So after 60%, what is going to happen? I'll explain it later once we finish the demonstration. So you'll have a better idea there. So it has to spill over to the next instance, basically. So minimum is this, maximum number of instances, 5. Now this number is decided by what, folks? The maximum number of instances, how can you decide it? Can I make any number of my choice? The maximum, this is the minimum instance which you want in Singapore, maximum number of instance you want. If a load comes, too much of load comes, it can go up to 100, it can go up to 1000. You decide what should be the number, the maximum instances which you want in this specific region to serve your request. This maximum number, how can you limit it? What should be the number which you should put here? You can put any number. Can you put any number, or you have a number in mind, folks? You can say we have to do analysis, all those things, but there's something which you need to consider before putting this number. What is that number? What what is that number, or what is the thing which it should hint you here? So Deepak got it. Others? It should be your quota, folks. It should be your quota. Based on your quota, you put it. So if you're putting something like 1,000 or something, definitely it's not going to work. So it will increase the instance count. Yes. So here it should be always limited by your quota. Now I cannot put 12 here. I cannot put 12 here. The reason is, if I put 12 here, we know in Singapore maximum I can have is only 8. Maximum I can have is only 8. So I cannot put 12. 12 is the overall all region. So, and I don't want to put 8 also. I wanted to put around 5. I'll keep something with me. Whenever I need, I'm going to do it, because I wanted to show you auto scaling down, what happens when the threshold exceeds. So that's the reason I'm going to put a smaller number like 5. But in my project, the max it can take is 8, because in Singapore it is 8. Is that clear, folks? This number is controlled by your quota, and you cannot put a bigger number. Even if you put, it's not going to happen. It's going to throw an error saying like it's going to be a 503 error, project quota exceeded, something like that. Is this part clear, folks? The maximum number of instances you can go should be controlled. That was the reason why I showed you the quota feature. Is that clear, folks?
Yeah, Mahesh, one small question here. Sorry.
Yeah.
For example, on one particular day, Saturday, for example, I have a lot of requests coming to my website, whatever that Apache website. So my maximum number of instances, only that particular Saturday, it went into the 5 or 6 instances. So for example, so when we are getting the bill, that day only they will, based on the volumes, based on the instances they increase, they will calculate the billing as well accordingly.
Yeah, everything is per second billing. How long this VM was running? Maybe your 5th instance was running only for 30 minutes. You'll be only charged for 30 minutes. That's it. 30 into 60.
Okay.
It's always per second billing. So don't even get make it little confused. So it's always simple. How long your VM is running, whether it is a single VM or a managed instance group, does not matter for me. It's at the end a virtual machine. That's it. What is the billing? Per second billing. That's it.
But what if that particular time there is no CPU or anything in that particular instance? I mean, particular region.
Without a CPU, okay. If there is no enough CPU, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Because see, the reason is when.
Go ahead.
So sorry, when you explained earlier, right? You remember you explained when we are creating a instance. You explained us you can put the I want maybe this much of in this much of CPUs maybe from February 15th. Yeah, reservation, right? Yeah. So this command reserve in that case or not?
Good question. You can turn on the reservation in your template. You should have turned on that reservation in your template. Then it's going to allocate from the template.
So then it will start the billing, right? Because that day you said,
if you use the reservation, it's going to start the billing right there itself. Forget about instance group, instance template. The moment you reserved itself, the billing has started.
Okay. So for example, if you put 5 here, even though I have more customers coming on particular day, for example, Saturday, that doesn't mean that they will give these many instances because you did not reserve that.
Okay, there are two parts. One is on demand. The other one is you reserve it. Now, in that specific, now here it is completely in one region, not in a specific zone. It is in one region. So even if you have not reserved it, there's going to be good amount of resources where you should be able to easily allocate 5. The only thing is that if it's going beyond some number, then they will you'll get a notification that it's all the regions. It's very high chances, very less that the chances are very less that all the entire zones in one region is fully exhausted with all the resource. So it's not going to happen. So that's the reason. Now your point is going to be valid if I have made it as a zonal in one specific zone. Now we have turned it on for high availability. This is going to also be helpful for allocating the resource on the fly. So we'll never fall short of resources in a
Thank,
multi-zone stuff. Yeah.
thank you very much, Mahesh.
Yeah. Is it possible to use preemptible VMs for load balancer instead? Answer is no. So we had seen it is not recommended for a website. So if you are expecting to have zero downtime for your website, you should never use it. So if it is an admin portal or anything which can go down, come up, all those things, you can go with preemptible VMs, no problem. Um, and there should be in that limit. Otherwise, it will be through an error. Yes. So now let's go back and hold on to your questions for the next 30 minutes, folks. Keep it in a notepad or you put it, but expect me to answer it after 30 minutes. Otherwise, we will run short of time only because we will not be able to finish the demo. That's the only thing. So if you can put, I'm going to answer it after 30 minutes. So going back, let me make it as, let me make it as multi-zone. Multi-zone maximum is what I want is 5, and I also have a new feature called as scale in control. What did we learn? Scale in, it is when you're scaling down. This is what Google uses the term. So if you just mouse over here, if your workload takes time to initialize, configure scale in control to reduce the risk of low response latency and outage due to an abrupt scale up event. So for example, your website itself, you take morning 9 to 10 peak, 10 to 11 or 10 to 10:20 it is less because maybe people are busy at that time, they don't come in, so it scales down to 1. So again from 10:20 to 10:45 it's going to be high. So if it is having this kind of a zigzag kind of a stuff, you don't want to scale down to minimum 1 always. Maybe to have a better response, low latency, you want to keep it like minimum 3. So to do that, you have a new feature called as scale in control. You can do this. If you just do this, what's going to say is some specific percentage you are going to keep it. So for the last 10 minutes, what was the traffic? So for that to serve how much VM was required, keep that as my, it's like a reserved stuff. You don't want to scale down. You want to keep it for that for the remaining time. So this is a new feature which has come up. I feel it is still in beta if I'm not wrong. When I saw last time it was in beta. Scale in, we will not do that now. It's going to complicate now. So we'll just leave it as unchecked. So what we have done so far is turned on auto scaling, gave the utilization as 60%. Maximum VM which we can go is VMs in Singapore, we can go is 5. Then that's your auto scaling features. These are all your auto scaling capabilities, which comes only in managed instance group, stateless. The next part is auto healing. So when it comes to auto healing, it has to do a check, a health check, whether you are healthy or not, your system is healthy or not. So for that, you can turn on you can create a health check. So let me just create a health check. Basically, it's going to just send a HTTP request and see whether the VM is working or not, basically. So let me call this as health check. And our Apache web server is going to run on port 80. So I'm going to use port 80 only. This is the most important thing, folks. Possible questions on this can come in the exam where system is working fine, but the systems are getting restarted every 1 minute or every 2 minutes based on the periodicity which you have built. So maybe the health check is failing. So if this port is not opened, the system will do a health check. Definitely it will get page not found or service not available, some response which is not 200. So then system will go and create a new VM using the template. It's going to be like an infinite loop. So if you have not opened up this port, this port is very, very important. The firewall rule should have been opened. And you have a health check criteria, how you are going to do it. So every 10 seconds, you are going to send a response. And if I get consecutively 2 responses, success, 200 HTTP code, it's an indication my system is healthy. My load balancer is going to send traffic to this VM. If I get 3 times consecutively no response from my server, basically I will turn this off. I'll not even send any more traffic, but I'll create a new VM. Basically, this is what is your health check all about. For the health check, the most important thing is your firewall rule. So make sure the firewall rule is open. Ours firewall rule is already open. That's the reason we were able to open it in our browser. So for us, it's already done. But if it's a custom port, you have to make sure you turn it on. So that's going to be your auto healing capability. The next part is initial delay. So to do all those health check, all those things, it's going to take some time. So minimum 5 minutes is what you need to give for the first health check to work. So let's leave it as 300 seconds, 5 minutes, so that it gets up and works basically. So let's leave that as default. This is the first check. You cannot expect the health check to be up and running right now. So you have to wait for 5 minutes basically. So that's it, folks. That's it, the configuration for your managed instance group. Make sure it is multi-region so that it's highly available. Select your template which you built. Turn on your auto scaling feature which you want. What is the metrics based on which you want to scale up? Maximum number. This is a very important. Some people may have a fat finger. They may do something like this. This has to be controlled by your quota. Even I can do anything, does not matter, because my quota is only 8 in Singapore. So the quota is going to help you from somebody putting something accidentally like a bigger number here. That's it. We have a auto healing also, so that it checks it. The load balancer checks whether should I send traffic to this or not. Done. So all good. Now if you just click on create, it should get created. But as usual, we'll try to follow a best practice. Click on the command line and see what is this. So if I click on this command line, so I have to zoom this for a better view. Now, let me know what and all it is doing, folks. What is the first one? I'll take the easiest one. I'll give the difficult one to you people. So the first one is creating a health check. Simple. It creates a health check on that specific port. What is the second command it is trying to do, folks? And the third command. You are now in a position to see it basically. The first command is creating a instance group. The second command is configuring your auto scaling. The second command is creating an auto scaling. You see here, manage set auto scaling. All your auto scaling feature is in the second command, folks. Okay, so the first one is just an instance group. Later it is updating that stuff and doing it. Basically 2 commands. Now one important attribute, I've never seen a question in the exam, but it's an interesting attribute or a specifier which is called as instance redistribution type equal to proactive. What do you mean by this? So I was very curious to know what was this parameter all about. When I searched, what I understood was it's going to proactively distribute my load, and that too if you are doing with a regional MIG. You see all the 3 zones, folks. Only if you make it as 3 zones or a regional MIG, you're going to have this instance redistribution type as proactive. What does this basically do is something like this. So if I just zoom this back, go down, go up and make it back to zonal. Single zone, go down and look into my command line. You will not see that instance redistribution type. This is only available in a regional MIG. Now, what is that? Let me just show you in a slide. We'll come to the slide at a later point of time. Proactive instance redistribution. So what this basically does is all the zones should have equal number of VMs so that one zone is not overloaded. So for example, we have 3 zones. We have 3 zones in every region minimum. Load is slowly getting down in this region. So maybe a couple of VMs gets deleted, removed. So C zone is having only 1 VM, but B and C are still serving 4 VMs. So now with this proactive instance redistribution, what's going to happen is the load is going to be evenly distributed to all the 3 zones. This way, not one zone is overloaded. So this is a very small flag. If you turn it on, it's going to be an awesome. feature, and this is by default turned on. If you want, you can disable it, but it's highly recommended you turn it on. And this is available only in regional MIG, not in zonal MIG. Okay, hope it's clear, folks. Now let me just close this, go back and make it regional only. Small command has an importance, that's the key part. So now if I go back and look into my command line, that instance redistribution type equal to proactive is going to be shown. Now let's click on create. When I click on create, it's going to show me a warning message. Boss, you are saying you want MIG with a HTTP load balancing, but you don't have a load balancer itself. That's what it shows. Definitely agree to this. We will definitely create a load balancer, but not now. In next 10 minutes, we are going to create it. Auto load to auto scale based on HTTP load, you must have an instance group with a backend of an HTTP load balancer. We don't have it. That's a warning message. Accept it. We'll definitely create it. So this is our first instance which we have created. So meaning if I just go to my architecture, couple of slides back, this is the part which we have finished, folks. Now only we have started it. So let me just go back. Let's just wait for it to come up. Now, once this instance group is provisioned, how many VMs do you expect if you go to your virtual machine screen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me repeat. How many virtual machines you are going to see? I got an answer already from Anil Kumar. That's correct. How many virtual machines are you going to see it? Smith Shah is also correct. And you see this, folks, auto scaling up 0 to 1. This is the first instance itself we are seeing it. So it cannot be 5. The maximum is 5, but the minimum is it's going to start with 1. If you don't want to, if you want to verify it, just go click on the instance. You should be able to see it. You should be able to see it. It is working, and if I click on this, it's going to show me it is served from this MIG. This is the instance, and this is the zone. Now the VMs, right? For the first time, the VMs are going to have basically a name like your MIG with some suffix. And this first time we are seeing this column currently being used, in use by managed instance group, Asia MIG. Now you try to delete this, folks. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. It's fully blocked. You cannot delete it. You cannot stop it. Everything is controlled by your MIG. To some extent, to answer Vijay's question, here I can do it like cannot stop all those things. To some extent, I'm making it immutable is what I am saying, going to say here. So that's the first part. About the load, just hold on. We'll try to do that part. Now, first MIG is created. Let me create the same thing for 2 more regions, which is London and what? US Central. So let me create that. It's going to be a copy. That's it. So I'm going to call it as EMEA MIG. I'm going to do it a bit faster because we have done the explanation. It's only I need to do it. If you want to do it, you can do it in the command line also, your choice. I'm just going to do it in the UI fastly. Everything the same. The only thing is that the region is changed. That's it. So make sure it is CPU utilization changed to HTTP 60. Sorry. Done. Maximum is 5. Health check, please use the same health check. Please use the same health check. It should be common. That's it. When I click on create, same message is going to come. I will definitely create a load balancer in the next few minutes. Asia, Europe is created. Let's create the last one, which is US. So let me call it as US MIG multiple. I will provision it in US Central. Any this thing is fine. I'm just going to use this one. Then what else? Select your template, auto scale. For zones, you can just select, okay, if you select US Central, right? Basically, you're going to have 4. You can use any 3 of your choice. Only for US Central that is specific. All other US regions are still going to be 3 only. So it's going to be something like this. That's it. You have a checkbox. You uncheck one, you still be able to do that. That's it. Now change it to this thing. The same thing. It's just a repeat. Select the same health check. Create it. Now what we can do is we can check whether all these VMs are really running fine or not. Now when we started it, it started with green, the Asia MIG. Now it is showing red. The reason is it has not been attached as a backend to any of the load balancer. So it did the health check and it understood that there's no load balancer. So it is giving us that error. We'll fix it by creating a load balancer. So, but before doing that, I just wanted to see whether the MIGs which I have created in Asia, it was working fine. In EMEA, I wanted to see whether it is giving me a response. It is giving me a response. Good. Let me also see whether US Central, it is just getting created. This IP, when I click on it, I should get a similar response. So let me just check. This is just to check out everything is working fine. So it is up. Okay. What this indicates basically is the script is yet to execute. So if I just refresh it one more time, you will see that it's working. Okay. So far everything is good. What we have achieved in our architecture is this part, folks. This part. Now the remaining part is a load balancer and some testing machines to test it out. Okay, let me go ahead and create a load balancer. We'll talk about more about load balancer in our networking class. For now, I'm just going to quickly create a load balancer. So without load balancer, we cannot do auto scaling here. So to do that, under network services, I'll have something called as load balancing. Click on it. And there are 5 different or 6 different types of load balancers available in GCP. I will use the most smartest load balancer, layer 7 in your OSI stack, the layer 7 application layer. Layer 7 load balancer is what I'm going to use. Click on start. All my traffic comes from internet, from outside to my VM. So it's an external load balancer. Give a name, batch 6 LB for load balancer. I have to configure my backend. This is the most important thing. So there should be backends to your load balancer. So the backend can be a bucket or a service, backend service. Now let's explore backend service. So let me give this as batch 6 backend service. Meaning, what do you mean by backend service? When request hits the load balancer's IP address, where it should send the next request, where should it forward? So you can configure your backend service. That's your backend service basically, where the request should go going forward. So, and the backend can be these options: instance group, network endpoint, which we'll talk in Kubernetes class, and there are few new features for serverless products also. App engine, we are not even talked about all those things, but these are different options which you can have. But one important thing to note is if you have a load balancer, if you have a single virtual machine, you cannot attach it to a load balancer. That is the most important thing which you should be aware of. So you don't see a virtual machine option here. It has to be a part of a group. Only then it's going to work. Remember this. This is very, very important from the exam perspective. Okay, so it has to be a group. It could be unmanaged instance group, managed instance group, does not matter, but it has to be an instance group for you to attach to a load balancer. That's the first part. Then when you select instance group, you will have 3 instance groups in the drop down automatically popping up. So let me select Asia MIG. The port in which I'm going to listen is port 80. And there are 2 different ways of balancing the load: utilization mode or rate mode. Utilization mode is little tricky, so I'll explain that later. I'm going to use the rate mode, which is slightly easier to explain. So how many requests per second can your system take basically? So RPS stands for request per second. So I'm going to say each instance, I can go multiple instances, right, in my managed instance group. Each instance I'm saying can take, you can mention it like 100. If you just mention it, each instance can take 100 requests per second. Now I wanted to show you this stuff in action. So what I will do is I'll not put 100. I'll just make it as 30 requests per second. Smaller number so that I can show you auto scaling in action. That's the first part. Per instance, 30 requests per second. And what is this attribute or column called as capacity? So what it basically indicates is if you want to run in full capacity, so in the full capacity mode, so if you say, for example, if I give it as 100 requests, and if I say I want to run under 50% capacity, so total RPS which is going to be is, what's going to be the total RPS, folks, here? Maximum, you have 5 instances. 5 instances. 5 instances into 100. 500 is your total RPS which you can do. No, it's not this multiplication, folks. This is not this multiplication. 50 into 100. This is per instance. Per MIG, how many instances you have mentioned? Maximum 5. So if you auto scale, everything is going to the highest level. So 100 into 5 instance. So it is going to be 500 requests per second. And you are saying I want to run it at 50% utilization. The capacity is, I don't want to overload my system, meaning only 250 requests is what you are going to serve basically. So this is basically to control how much load you want to put basically. Hope this is clear, folks. 500 into the maximum number of instances, and if you mention it has 100 capacity, so you're going to serve 500 requests basically. Okay, so I don't want to run it at that capacity. I always run it at a lesser capacity so that I can show you auto scaling. 30, 50 or 60 should be good enough. 60 requests per second. That's it. Done. That's my first backend. What if it goes beyond that? You are going to have basically the error showing up, service not available. You have put a limit basically. So it's not going to increase further. So you have to go, if you have enough space, this thing, resource, you can go and increase it. Then it's going to serve. Otherwise, you are going to get an error. We'll see that. What will happen when we exceed this? So let me do the same thing. Uh, just give me 30, Kumar, just give me some more time. So otherwise I'll get diverted. Okay, sorry. So MIG, because we are falling short of time. So keep your questions. After 10, I'll definitely answer it. So 60, I wanted to run at a capacity of 80%. So 5 into 60 is 300. 300 into the 80% of it is going to be, you just do the math. So how much it's going to come. So it's not at 100% capacity it's running. It's only at 80% capacity. So one last MIG which I wanted to add. Port 80. Balancing mode is rate 60, 80. That's it. So I have configured all my 3 backend stuffs, all good. Remaining stuffs will not explore much. What is CDN, all those things, we will look into that at a later stage because the classes are not on networking part. So it's more on virtual machines. Now the load balancer should also know which VM is healthy, which VM is not healthy. So it is going to use the same health check which you configured. So this is where the connect of your health check happens. So if the health check receives unsuccessful response, basically it's not going to send the request to it, and it's going to initiate, please create a new VM. This VM is not healthy. That's what is going to happen. So what we did basically was configure three backends with a specific capacity and request per second, and we have used the same same health check. That's it. Remaining everything, we will leave it as default. So what is Cloud Armor? All those things, we'll look into it at a later stage. So create, click on create. So I have three backends, one backend which spans across three regions. Good. The next part is host and path rule. We'll keep it just as default. We'll talk more about this in our load balancing class. So I'm just going to leave it as default. Every request should go to this backend, which you just configured. And the front end configuration is basically an IP address. Anycast IP is what you need to give. So I'm just going to give a name. Name is optional. Front end, but let's give it front end LB or front end service LB. And I have two protocols, HTTP and HTTPS. Since I don't have a certificate, I'm going to use HTTP. That's it. And it's currently IPv4 and IPv6, both are possible. So I'm going to use IPv4 ephemeral IP address. If you want, you can have a static IP address. For now, for the load balancer, the external IP address, it can be ephemeral for now. And the port on which I am going to listen is port 80. That's it. Simple. Just give the name. Even the name is optional. You can just leave everything default. The main part is your backend configuration. Once you have done that right, click done and do the final review. What and all you have done. So hope everything is perfect here. RPS is common, port is good, and we are going to have an external IP address. Click on create. When I click on create, what it's going to happen is it's going to create me a load balancer. A L7 load balancer is going to be created, and it's going to have an IP address, Anycast IP address. So anywhere from the world, if you access it, it's going to be served with the lowest latency. It's going to hit the closest instance group and serve a request. So the part which is in this gray box is completed. So let's wait for this to get ready. Then we should go with our testing machines. So usually the load balancer to create, it's going to take around 5 to 10 minutes it takes. But if you see a green tick like this, it's not an indication that the load balancer is fully up and running. It is just configured, finished, but health check, all those routine check has to be done. So how can I check whether it's completely done or not? A small trick is go to your advanced menu. Go to your advanced menu. You will have this IP address here. This is your load balancer's IP address. If I click on it, it's going to show me page not found because not everything is completely done. I'll just share it with you also. You can check it at your side. It's going to show the same request because the health check, all those things have not been done. So to know that status, right, you can just click on backend services. If you click on this backend service and click on that specific backend details, you will come to know whether the system is healthy or not. So still nothing has been enabled. So once everything is running right, it's going to show one instance healthy, one instance healthy. That's what it's going to show. And also traffic from Asia will flow to Asia, traffic from US will flow to US, traffic from Europe will flow to Europe. Per my understanding, none of us are from Europe. So few of you are from Asia, few of you are from US. So we may see traffic from here. If you want, if you have some VPN stuffs, you can connect to some VPN and hit a request as if you are coming from Europe. You can do it. But what we will do is we will simulate three virtual machines. We'll have three virtual machines and send a load, huge load, to this load balancer. That way we can send requests from any of the virtual machines, any regions. We have 24 regions, and purposely we will not create the VM in Singapore, will not create VMs in Central, will not create it in London. Maybe in Asia, we'll create it in Taiwan. For US, we'll create purposely in some other region apart from US Central. And for EMEA, we may create it in Switzerland. So now the process is going on. You see 0 of one instance healthy. It should show 1 of one instance healthy. Only then my load balancer is going to work. Still, it's not going to work. So we have to wait for a few more minutes. By the time this comes up, because we are already running short of time, what I will do is I'll create these test machines, folks. Create these test machines. Purposely not in these regions, just to simulate if it comes from Asia, what is the output we wanted to see it. So for that, what I will do is I'll go open a new tab, create 3 more virtual machines, and to generate a load, right, you can use different tools of your choice. Can you please show how to come here? Okay, how to come here, basically, when you created the load balancer, right? When you created the load balancer, right? It just is going to show you that green tick. Below that, there is an advanced menu. So just click on this advanced menu and backend services. You have this backend service. Click on that backend service. You will see the stuff. Now it is healthy, folks. Now it is healthy. Let me just see whether it is working. It's going to still take time. Okay. Instead of page not found, it is saying some internal error. Yes, it's going to come up soon. So it is 520 error. In next few minutes, it should be all up. Now what I will do is I'll create those 3 test machines. So quickly, normal virtual machines, nothing. And you can generate load by using n number of tools, your choice. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a tool called as Apache benchmarking tool. That n number of tools available, you can use your choice. This is something which is I have seen works very well. So I already see it here from Kumar, it is working. Okay, now this is a little hack, folks. You don't need to mention this in the chat. I can easily know where you are coming from, whether you are in US, whether you are in Singapore, whether you are in Asia, whether you are in Europe. If you see it, people from US should see it is served from US MIG, and it should show US Central Zone. If people are from Asia, it should show the same thing like me. If you are coming from Europe, I guess none of us are from US, Europe. So you see a different screen altogether. So now it is working fine. So that was the whole reason why I customized this screen. So it's going to get it. So please verify people from different parts of the world based on which continent you are in. It should show the stuff. If you are in Asia, you don't need to test it. It's going to show the same thing. Okay, so almost there, folks. We just need to do a testing machine. So yes, so that indicates you are from US. That's it. So if it shows US, it is from US. I hope that is correct. So I'm going to create test machines. So now you understand how the load balancing happens. So looking at the proximity, it routes it to the closest virtual machine. So that way you will always be served with a lowest latency. So test 1, so I'm going to call it as Asia test, and I will never do it in Singapore. I will do it in some other region, Taiwan or Tokyo. I'll take it, Tokyo. Now you will see the real meaning of the golden image. So I mentioned, right, I'm going to use Apache benchmarking tool. So usually Apache is a web server. So to do some benchmarking, they provide you an utility called as Apache benchmarking tool, which comes inbuilt when you install Apache. Now, if you want Apache, you can just do apt install Apache 2. But we already have an image, right? Why don't we use that image? Now you see the real value of that golden image. Maybe in the beginning, it would have given you a smile on your face. Why Mahesh is making it as golden image? It's like gold. When we are in trouble, we hedge it, right? It's the same thing. So now we wanted to create something. We are going to reuse that image. It's a golden image. So I'm going to make it F1 micro. Now what I will do is go to my images, select that golden image. Why I'm going to use golden image? Because I want Apache benchmarking utility, which comes built in if you have Apache web server installed. That's it. Now I don't want to allow HTTP traffic, because this purpose of this test machine is not to run a web server, but to run a testing, put a load. So I don't want to expose my IP. Allow my IP accessible. So I'm just going to create a virtual machine with a custom image, which is going to have a Apache web server there. That's it. So if it is having that, I should be able to test it out. Now, let me just wait for it to come up. Yes, it is there. Now I need 2 more test machines. I wanted to show you another way of quickly creating 2 more virtual machines. Just wanted to show you as much as different options, folks. Command line, REST API, all things we have seen. Another option which you can leverage is click on the VM, click on create similar. It's more like a clone. It's more like a clone. Everything is going to come up. You just change the region and you should be all good. So I'm just going to call this as EMEA. I like Switzerland, wanted to go once. So I'm going to select Switzerland. So done. Everything is going to come automatically. Remaining everything is going to come. So it's more of a clone. That's it. Created. One more VM, maybe in Las Vegas. So not in US Central, but any part of US should be good enough. Las Vegas again is something which many people wants to go. So let's create it. So if I just create, so US, let me do this as Las Vegas, last one. That's it. Done. I guess everybody's for everybody the load balancer is serving the right response, right? For anybody that responding with something wrong, folks, let me know. Let me know. We are almost there, folks. We just need to test it. That's it. We have around 15 minutes. We have a good chance to test it out. So it's a very clear indication that most of the people are from US here. So request from Asia is hitting Asia. Request from US is going to US MIG. Very nice, beautiful stuff. And it's a very clear indication that nobody is from Europe, at least in this training. No problem. We will test it out. We can test it out by these testing machines. So what I will do now is, it's time to test it out. If you want, you can also generate some load, folks. No problem. The system should be able to handle it. But we are also going to generate some huge load. So before this, I wanted to show what is going to happen. So I'm going to put this. So totally how many VMs we have? 6 VMs. We already have 6 VMs in place. I'm going to go to my MIG to show what is the status. Status group is ready. This one autoscale is configured on the load balancer, but no, it has not received any signal. Basically, nobody is hitting it to Europe. Asia people have hit it, but it's showing this. It should get updated. No problem. Now, the column which you should be focusing now is this one, folks. Instances. Currently, 1 instances are there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a filter here. Filter on name star MIG. Why I'm putting that filter? When I put a load, right, the number of instances are going to increase, and I wanted to focus only on the MIG, not on those testing machines. Okay, that is the main reason. So now we're all good to start testing. Once we start testing, we should see the traffic flowing, and if we hit too much, we may also see the traffic splitting to other regions. Okay, so we are all ready to do that auto scaling demo. Before I show you the demonstration, I wanted to show you some slides. So URL mapping, we'll talk about that in our next class. So just to set you the expectation. So these were previous batch screenshots. When I put a load, right, you will see this auto scaling. Asia MIG from 3, it's going to 5, 3 to 5. From US, it is 1 to 3. It's going to go to this. This is called as scaling out or scaling up. Then scaling in. If I just leave it for a few more minutes after the load, it's going to show scaling down. This is what is going to happen. And at some point of time, you would have sent too much of request. What's going to happen is the request will spill over to, if you see this thicker the line, more traffic is coming. So thicker the line. So because Asia is already overloaded, it's going to spill to Europe and US and Europe. This is what is going to happen. So this is the same thing which we are going to see. May not be the exact one, but I just wanted to show you some screenshots which I had already taken. We will try it now, but just wanted to set you that expectation. Sometimes you can see some beautiful stuffs like this. And if you have put too much load, you'll also see 5xx error saying project quota exceeded. All those things are going to be seen here. So project quota exceeded. It's going to show no more VMs available in the quota. These are all things which is going to be seen in the next 10 minutes, folks. All right. So just wanted to set you that expectation, what you are going to see in the screen. Now, what I will do is I will log in to this virtual machines and SSH, and I'll show you how to generate a load. So let me get my load balancer's IP address. What was my IP address? This was IP address, right? Yes. So what I will do is log into my Asia test machine, EMEA test machine, US test machines. So I'm just SSHing into it. Asia, this is EMEA, Asia. So let's just wait for it to come up. It's a small command actually. Folks, we may take 5 more minutes extra. Please accommodate that 5 minutes just to show you the completed demo. I can pre-cook all those things, but I don't want to do that. I wanted you to see the entire stuff. So entire stuff. Okay, Asia system is up. This is a test machine. So this is my test machine. So if I do something like this, curl, it is going to show from Asia, it's going to show Asia. And nobody tested, oh, from US, if I just do this, it's going to show it is served from US. Nobody tried it with EMEA. Let me try it with EMEA. So what's going to be the output? If somebody from EMEA logs in and tries this, the output for them is going to be, currently it is going to show something like this. It is served from EMEA, basically. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a load test. How do I do it? Using a utility called as AB. AB stands for Apache benchmarking. So here you can send concurrent request and total number of requests. Minus C indicates 1000 requests. Concurrent request is what I want to send, and the total number of requests which I wanted to send is 10,000. And to which IP? This is the IP. This is my command, folks, and this is in the cheat sheet. You can look into it. If you wanted to make a note, you can make a note. It is there in the cheat sheet. Okay, this is the stuff. Let's hit enter, and I'm going to do from Asia, EMEA, and US. Going EMEA generating. Now I have to be in US. Done. Request is all sent. Now it's time to go back to our console and see whether auto scaling is happening or not. So let's wait. I'm just going to keep refreshing this. You see this, folks. This is auto scaling. This is auto scaling. So the request has hit more. Now, because we have enough resource, it has spinning up. More resources are getting spent. And if you just go to the screen, you may see something better. Let's wait. If I just refresh the screen, you see that so many Asia MIGs have been provisioned, VMs have been provisioned. US still yet to start because that was the last request which I did. Awesome. 4 instances are already there, folks. This is auto scaling in action. Let me see whether I can see this graph updated. Let me just update it, refresh it once. Awesome. You see good number of requests coming from Asia, good number of requests coming from Europe. US, it's still starting up, and I already see some backend errors. Backend errors is already showing up. What could be the reason, folks? What could be the reason for the backend error? VMs are already provisioned. So in Asia 3, 4, in EMEA 4, Europe only 1. We have reached our capacity. Yes, we have reached our capacity. Now you see somehow Asia and EMEA were able to get some good amount of resources. US is not able to get it. The reason I'll show you, if I just click on this, it's because of our quota. We reached the quota limit already. So if I just scroll down and look into any of the error, look at this, folks. What is that it is saying? All regions, CPU all regions exceeded 12. Is it 12? Let's just check it. How many VMs are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is this a bug? It is saying exceeded 12, but I see only 9 VMs. Any reason why, folks? Any reason why? Where are those 3 VMs? So that's our test machines, our test machines. So now you get a very clear picture, right? We have those test machines. So if I just remove this flag, you should have those test machines. Now, if you scroll down, you should see 12 machines. So you are running with your complete capacity in your project completely. So maybe if you have one more project, maybe you can have that test machines running in that project and do it. Now, this is not going to be a DDoS attack. The reason is everything is coming from GCP, so you should not have any DDoS attack there. So Google is not going to block anything, basically. So let me just refresh the screen once more, folks. Now you understand the importance of the capacity, the quota, all those things. And this graph is a very nice graph. It shows for a short time there was a very spike, very high spike, which came up, and requests have been served easily. Request has been served is what it indicates. Now, if we just leave it for a few more minutes, I guess 10 minutes or 8 minutes, if I'm not wrong. I forgot the number. If you just leave it for that time, it's going to scale down. Scaling down is going to happen. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show folks. Basically on managed instance group, how things works basically. I would say like a partial implementation of a real project is what I would say when we saw this part. So this is what you will usually expect to have, right? But the only thing is that it did not have a database because we have not explored about database. And that's the reason I didn't show you anything on database. We will do something similar where we are going to have a database also. So this is a implementation which we did. Now let me stop it. Take any questions. There are a few questions. I hope I'll take it and then we'll do it. So the first question: front end will be stateless instance group, and the back end will be a stateful instance group, right? Yes, that's a possible option which you can have. So what we have done now is just the front end part. The back end, we don't have a back end itself in this implementation. So, and the reason in next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, the system will scale down, and you will also see the same demo which I showed you in the screen here, something like this. This is what you are going to see also in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Becomes one. Same feature is available in every cloud. There no uniqueness, but for people who have never seen auto scaling in action, this is going to be important. And even from the exam perspective, you may get questions on MIG, load balancer, health check not working, what could be the issue, firewall issue, all those things. So instead of going into those kind, I thought let me take a story and show you the stuff so that it gets registered very well with you. So any questions on this, folks? Any other questions? Now let me just refresh it to see whether it is scaling down. It usually takes 5 minutes or maximum 10 minutes is what I have seen. So if you want, we can put further load. We can put further load. At least in Asia and Europe, they can handle it. Europe cannot, sorry, US, it cannot handle. It may spill over to other stuffs, basically. So now there's no traffic. Cool down. It is getting cooled. So no traffic. It is going to cool down to, in next few minutes, minimum 1 instance. You cannot have 0. It has to be 1, basically.
Mahesh, one
Any
small question
questions?
there.
Yeah.
When we try to give more from US, that time it already reached our quota with 12, right? So
Correct.
the load balancer automatically should take that links to the other regions, right?
Correct.
Like
Correct.
so why it is not
The only
showing
thing is
that
that
in
this, no, this is a real time this thing. Now you see no more traffic. It's a real time stuff basically. So only if you look into the logs, you'll come to know in the log. If I had captured that this has been served from this, I can easily get to know. It would have done that. So that was the reason. Not every screenshot is possible to be shown here. So something like this. So these are very rare screenshots. So because it's real time updating it. Maybe I have not refreshed
this
the
kind of
screen at
thing?
that time. Yeah, so
Oh,
this
okay,
is
okay.
something like this. This is this. So that was for the safety reason only I took the screenshots in the previous batches when it ran. So anything new, I usually take that screenshot. You may have something like this kind of stuff also. So Asia is
Then
heavily loaded. Yeah.
yeah, then even though DM was not created and not provisioned, but the request would have fulfilled, right? Maybe with the help of Asia and Europe.
Correct. Meaning
Okay.
the request is coming from US, but you don't have a US MIG, means it's going to go to EMEA or Asia. It's going to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so there's one more question. As you mentioned, let me check this. As you mentioned, 100 requests per second, capacity is 8 with 5 machines. The total threshold should be 400. Does it mean when the request will be 8 and then the auto scaling will start, it will not wait for full capacity of, so it's not going to run full the full capacity. That is the first thing, because we have mentioned, Vivek, 80% capacity is what you need to do basically. Then that's the maximum capacity which we are going to do. Now we have mentioned per instance only can take 100 requests, right? Now there is 100 first request, then auto scaling is going to, the first request more than that, auto scaling is going to start triggering automatically.
No, Mahesh, I'm still confused. 100 means 100 into 5 is equal to 500, and you said it threshold 80% means the capacity. So does it means still what does it mean 80%? Means
1 minute, let me show you. So let me put this. So there are two things which you need to keep in mind when we were doing the MIG, right? When we were configuring the MIG, we had mentioned the capacity was 60%. one before that I show you, just let me see whether I can show you the scale down part. Then I'll answer your question. So still taking time. So I guess 10 minutes if I'm not wrong. So now coming back to here. So there are two parts here. So in your instance group, when you're manage instance group, when you're configuring it. So what you mentioned was auto scaling metrics. We had set it to 60%. And we mentioned the maximum is 5 instances, which you can 5 max is what we had mentioned. Maximum is what we mentioned. So what it means is basically I can run up to 300 capacity, 300% capacity. Asia only. This is the first part. The second part, in while doing the load balancer, we were saying how many requests we should be sending it to per instances. So we mentioned the request RPS. RPS, we did mention something. What was that number? So I'll just take 100 itself from Vivek, what he has mentioned. So 100 requests is what per instance we are going to take. Meaning how many instances you can go when it is fully loaded, folks? 5 instances is what you can have. So 5 instances, 5 instance per region means it's going to be 500 requests per second is what is going to happen. Now, if I mention capacity, by default, the capacity is 100%, meaning I want to run it at the full capacity, completely run at my full capacity, meaning so all my instance can take 500 per, totally per instance 100, totally 500 is what it can take. But if I reduce this to 80, it's going to be basically what I'm going to do is 400 requests per second is what is going to happen, meaning each instance is going to run at, you're not overloading it. 80 requests is what is going to be served. Basically the whole reason is something crashes or something goes wrong. If you're already running it in a full capacity mode, why we usually run it in 80% capacity, right? So for example, what happens if more load comes, a new VM needs to get provision, so it's going to take time for it to come to the ready state. Until that time, you have per VM, each VM can take 100 requests, but currently we are running it at 80% or 80 requests, right? So this VM can take few requests more till the new VM comes up. So that's the reason we are running it at a lesser capacity, Vivek. So this is going to help you out when you are scaling up new things so that you can avoid some latency. If you have already running it with full potential thing, right, it's going to be a little difficult there. So you'll definitely have few services timing out, request timing out basically. So avoid
Oh,
using 100% usually.
okay, means auto scaling will only happen after it reaches to 100%.
Yes,
Just for safer side, we have kept 20% as a buffer in case of any sudden
yes,
loads
yes, yes,
come.
yes, yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
let me just show auto scaling down, folks. 1 minute. I just wanted to show you that. Hope I can show you that. If I can show it, that's going to be good. Yeah, scaling down. So you see, US was not able to scale up only because of the quota issue, so it came down to 1, perfect. But EMEA and Asia, they are now scaling down to 1 because there's no traffic. So it has cooled down, no more traffic, uh, no more traffic. So if I just go here, it's come to 0, it will come to minimum 1. So one instance should be always running. So we will see in our later classes where we can scale down to 0 also, totally serverless. If no traffic, 0 instances. 0 instance means $0 you spend. We'll see such products also in GCP at a later point of time. Now, one last thing I wanted to show. I would strongly suggest you to do this demo yourself. Once you do it, dismantling this should be an important stuff. If you have used quick labs, all those things, they will never show you how they dismantle it. But if you're doing it with yourself, deleting the virtual machine is so easy. Now you go and try to delete those virtual machines, folks. It's not going to work. I showed you because they are controlled by your MIG. So you cannot delete directly these virtual machines. What you should do is, it's a very simple step. Usually, whenever you do something in GCP, the way you provision it, the dismantle should be the reverse way. So what was the first product which you create? Asia MIG. So that should be the last product which you are going to delete. And what was the first product which you created? Was the last one was test machines. Delete your test machines, delete your load balancer, delete your MIG, then delete your template, delete your custom image. This is how you should delete it. Reverse way of dismantling. If you have done it via Terraform, it's going to be easier. If you have done it with the deployment manager, it's going to be easier. But since we did it with UI, you have to do it manually. So let me just show you a couple of stuffs. I'll just dismantle my load balancer. And load balancer, people make this mistake. So that's the reason I wanted to show you this. So if I go to my load balancer, click on this, delete it. Please be very cautious. Just don't click on this. You have to delete the backend. Please check this button. In one of the batch, one of the person did it, and it was little difficult to remove it later. So please make sure you go and delete it properly. Otherwise, you will be still incurring cost. So let me just show you. Delete it. There's going to be a checkbox. How many backends you have? We have only one backend. Select it. Delete the load balancer and the selected backend. Both you have to do it. Then only things are going to work fine here. Now go and delete your, after the load balancer is completely removed, go and delete your MIGs. After that, template is free, folks. You can leave it if you want. Image, you can delete because image is going to cost you, so you can delete it. So that's how you do it basically. All right, folks, we'll stop it here. We'll stop it here. Thanks for giving me 10 minutes. I really appreciate it. So we'll stop it here. No more further lectures. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer it. If you have a hard stop, you can log off. You should get the recordings soon. Next week, before you come, have that documentation which I already shared, the Docker stuffs. If you are totally new to Dockers, so come prepare so that you will have some more interesting questions to be asked, basically. Okay, so we'll stop it here. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, Mahesh, I have one question.
Yeah, Vijay.
Yeah, Mahesh, when I'm getting onboarding a new account, right? So how do I pull the end-to-end inventory to the GCP?
1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, just give me a minute. Anil, you need to go to the documentation. 1 minute. Just let me just give this part. If you go to the documentation, Anil. Okay, so if you go to, you would have already got this Google Drive link. So if you have missed the link, I'll send it to you back again. This link, I'll share you once more. Go to module 3, which is the compute option. Under that, oh, if you have the link, then go to compute module 3. You will see this Docker, what is that? Container basics folder. Container basics folder, then you should be able to do it. Sorry, Vijay, go ahead. If you're doing an onboarding of a user, what is that question?
No, new account. So if we are getting a couple of account, right? New project, new accounts. So for that, we after doing the KT, they provide username, credential to the cloud. So we need to collect all inventory about that, the GCP.
What are the resources running in the GCP is what you're saying?
Yeah, resource accounts, resource projects, and permissions, everything.
So you want to know the complete list when you get access to that project is what you are asking?
Yeah, yeah.
You had, oh, there's nothing like that, like an NV which is going to show 20 users are there, 10 groups are there, 5 VMs are there, 2 cloud virtual machines, 1 BigQuery dataset. You're not going to get that complete stuff, but what you can get to some extent is if you go to stack driver monitoring, it's going to show what are the resources there. 2-step you can do it. So if I show you something like this, so if I just switch here, there's no
Like
one-stop
basically,
shop
what
where
is
you
there?
can inventory. Go ahead, go
Okay.
ahead.
What about the policies? What are the policies? Everything
Okay,
I need to
okay.
document it.
So not it's not one-stop shop, Vijay. If they have documented it, that's going to be a good option. But if they have not documented it, to know all the resources which has been provisioned, one option you can do is go to something called as operations. Operations. So if you go to monitoring overview, it's going to show how many firewall rules, how many network, how many resources, everything is going to show you. This is one way to find all the resources. Basically, to answer the first part, it's going to show how many app BigQuery data set, how many PubSub storage. It's going to show you the complete details. This is the first option. The second option, if you want to know the IAM stuffs, you have to go specifically to IAM and look into it to know the IAM details, who has access, how many groups, all those things. The third one, if you want to know the organization policy, assuming you have that org node where you can see it, go look into your org policy. 3 steps is what you can do. Organization policies, you have to go.
Okay, Mahesh.
But there's no one
Mahesh, one more.
stop, you can see everything.
Okay, Mahesh. One more thing. Actually, I'm having a multiple accounts, multiple project I'm having. Multiple
Mm,
project means different customer. Okay.
mm,
Every time I'm just logging to the command line access G Cloud. No, I'm just a little bit
mm,
scared. Which account I'm doing. Is there any best
mm,
way
mm.
I can able to handle this?
Okay. So you are going to delete anything by any chance? Uh,
Sometimes I
what's
do the
the
clean.
reason why you're a little scared? Is it because you may delete something,
Something.
or access itself is a constraint? You should not access it. Is that a constraint?
No. If I G Cloud authorize set project, right?
Ah,
Sometimes I'm not remember which customer I was logged in. So in this
mhm.
case, if I do some cleanup work activities, no, that time I'm a little bit scared. After suddenly I need to check verify every time. Is there any?
So every time, okay, okay. By just looking at the project, you will come to know. And you do this cleanup in Cloud Shell or in your laptop, Cloud SDK.
No, I'm
Where do you do
telling about
this?
cloud SDK only. I
No, on
like
your
that
laptop. On your laptop.
laptop VS Code. I'm using VS Code.
Okay, so if you're doing that, okay, using Visual Code, you write a code and you do
No,
it.
Visual Studio Code. There is a editor like
I know that. Yeah, I know that. So you,
yeah
oh, in that, there you get a terminal. You are trying to do it there.
yeah terminal,
Okay, then
yes.
it's going to be on your laptops. Cloud SDK is what you are going to do.
Laptop.
So then,
Yes, yes.
what you can do is, um, you can do something like this. At least to know in which project you are, you try always this one. Config list, it's going to show which customer. So one project was one customer, right? So when you do this, it's going to show you, it's going to be a little slow. Let me just wait here. Uh,
Is there my reference? I can able to set something like whenever login, like some banner like you log into this customer kind of thing.
hmm.
I can
In
set
UI, I
like
can
that.
give you one option. In UI, I can give you one option, Vijay.
Okay.
So this way you can come to know which project. By the project name, if you know, okay, this is customer A, customer B, then you will be able to know what you are going to do. This is one option in the terminal. But in the UI, right, you will have access to UI by any chance?
Yeah, I also use UI only. And one
Okay,
more
so if
thing,
you use you, yeah.
yeah, one more thing what I'm saying means my requirement is when I log in to GCP cloud, right? I just want to some pop-up in the list, like, log into this customer so that I
Mm,
can easily
mm.
aware.
Okay, this is what you want, right? Okay, UI, browser. So if you have browser, then there is an add-on in Chrome. Only in Chrome I have tried it. So what you can do is something like colorize. So you can have different colors for different customer. So if I just do this, so this one. Um, So different colors you can have. So it's just a small add-on which you need to do it. So that way you will come to know by the color, and also you can use with light colors for dev projects, some very dark colors for production projects. This is one option. Let me show you one more option also. So it's taking time.
Different account also I can set possible. Different customer, not
Everything
for
possible.
one.
It is at the. It's
Okay.
basically you are using console. That's it. If you are using console, it's going to show you that. So let me
Okay.
just show you how it looks like. Um, let me just show you. Wait for this ad to go.
Ping me the link. I will review
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Mukesh.
So yeah. So look into this. It's going to
And
show you that this is one way, and there's one more add-on, Chrome add-on only. So extension. It's going to have a watermark. It's going to put a watermark here, customer 1, customer 2, like that it's going to show. So that way you will see, oh, this is my customer, so uh, I should be a bit cautious. So that can be a good one for you. So if I just go to Chrome web store, GCP, just search for GCP. You have an extension which I guess that's going to be suiting you, because color you may not be able to remember every color for every customer. So Google Cloud, um, colorize, uh, watermark. Watermark would be helpful for you, Vijay. So let me Google. Maybe they removed it. Google Cloud. Hmm. Let me just search console. This one, production warning. So if I just go here, right, you can have that message. Now you will see, if I just show you the sample stuff, you see this, that watermark is there. Now instead of watermark, instead of production, you put your customer name. What's your customer name? So that you are always aware, I'm working on customer A, customer B.
okay, can you ping that one?
I have pinged you that in the chat. It's an
Okay.
extension. That's it. It's an extension basically. You install it, add it to your Chrome, and you should be able to do this. I'm working on customer A. 2 years back,
Okay.
uh, you can add the text what you want, your choice.
Oh, got it. Oh, got it. In banner, I cannot set in command line. Log into that, I can get a banner
No,
kind of thing in command
no,
line.
no, No, that need to check it. That's a good one, but need to check whether you have that option. This is what you can have basically, maximum.
Okay. Okay, Mahesh.
Yeah.
You're using that Visio only, that diagram which you are showing, right? Everything you're doing Visio, or that actually good
Which
the diagram.
No, I use slide. I use Google Slides. So if you just go to
Oh,
GCP slide,
yeah,
GCP
you
icons.
shared already. You shared
Yeah.
already. Okay.
No. What I use is I go download the icons, high resolution icons. I get this icons here. This one, SVG and PNG. I download this zip file. Every this thing I have, I create an architecture on my cloud Google Slides, basically. So that's how I
Okay.
use.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Mahesh.
All right. Any other questions, folks? Others? Okay. Can you please, sorry, 1 minute. Can you please repaste those two links? Okay. Repaste those two links. This is the Chrome add-on link and the link of and the next one is the YouTube video. This is only if you're interested. This is an extension which shows in colors. Can you also share the drive with me? It's already shared, Deepak. I'll resend you if it is not there. Yeah. So I'll resend it. It is shared, or I have to, let me just remove this user info. So user, try this, Deepak. It should work. Okay, I tried. Okay, I'll resend it. Remove access and add it back so that it's going to work. Any other questions, folks? All right, if there's no more question, let me stop it here. Have a wonderful week ahead. So there's one more. Once the LB is deleted, can we delete all the VMs? Once the LB is deleted, only you have to go and delete your MIGs. After MIG, your template. Afterwards, your custom image, Deepak Bandari. That's how you delete it. All right. But first, load balancer
Yeah,
with
Mahesh.
that backend.
Okay, Mahesh. One more thing regarding that. When I log into the one project G Cloud, okay, one account. If I log into other customer, how do I completely log off for the old customer in the G Cloud?
G Cloud,
There's
right?
anything in the cache
Completely okay. Okay. How do you do it?
command
It's a small trick. In the command line means, so what you should do basically is if you want to completely log off or you want to remove that entry itself, what you can do
Yeah, I want to
basically is
completely entry. I'll
so everything is going to be in this stuff in this profile. If it's Windows, it's going to be in this location, all your content. You just need to delete this. So if I just go here, I'll have some cached content with the credentials. Remove this entire stuff. It is going to remove the complete information.
again next time I will log
Again,
in with
next
that.
one you do gcloud
Okay.
auth login and do it.
Okay.
That's how
Thanks, Mahesh.
yeah. Sorry for speaking about the DR. Okay. So yeah, if yeah, Deepak, you have something to mention on that product on the DR part. Okay. No. Okay. Fine. All right, folks, let's stop it here. I'll send you the recordings soon, and I'll also send a reminder to, sorry. Oh, okay, fine. So I'll send you the link. So I'll send it to Deepak one more time, the link. And I'll also put a reminder in the document saying that look into those Docker concepts. So it's going to help you. That's it, basically. All right. So we'll stop it here. See you on next Saturday, folks. Next Saturday, we are going to have a little small piece remaining in virtual machines. Then we'll jump into Kubernetes concepts. All right. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.